Um, Wait, give me a second. I need to make sure chat is working. Um, um, Sorry, this is taking a bit. Did the whole thing reset, so I need to log into Streamlabs again. So bear with me. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, great, it does. And I think my audio sounds good. Okay, I guess I'll start. Well, welcome back to my live streams. I took a bit of a break for a bit. I was a bit busy with some things, but I just felt like doing another one. And I still want to do some like SAO streams, but I want to shift my focus a bit and start doing some Yakuza reactions. Since it's like a big focus on my channel, there's still like a lot of Yakuza videos I was interested in covering. Because like there's some that I don't want to do like a full on like scripted response for. Like whether they're like too long or I feel like I won't have as much to say without like repeating myself. Like if an issue with their video is like really repetitive, so it kind of gets old. So I figured like maybe like live streaming would be a better format for that. So I thought I'd try with some of the longer Yakuza videos I took issue with. And this one will be about a YouTuber named Cvit. I think that's how you pronounce. Yeah, I'm just gonna call him Cvit. He did a video on like a Dragon Gaiden. He was not a fan of the game. He had a lot of issues with it, and he explains why in this hour-long video of his. Okay, unlike the last couple of videos, this is actually one that I've seen pretty recently. Like, yeah. So I'm going into this knowing like what some of his points are going to be, although I don't remember everything. And that also allowed me to while replaying like the game, because I've been replaying Gaiden a lot lately, to sort of like take into mind some of the general points he's going to make. So I had an idea of like what to look out for to hopefully respond to certain things a bit better. And yeah. I think maybe it'd be worth giving my thoughts on Gaiden also, since it seems to be a bit of a contentious game. I actually really like Gaiden. I'd even go as far to say as like I'm a fan of the game, but I do think it has like a lot of issues. Like think the story, like most Yakuza games, is kind of a mess. I like the gameplay, but there's also some like issues with it. Like basically I really like this game, but I also think like there's a lot wrong with it. And but like strangely enough, I always felt like I was in like the middle when it comes to discourse. Like I think it's a bit hyperbolic to say it's like one of the best games in the series. I also think it's a bit hyperbolic to say it's like one of the worst. I've always been sort of in the middle about how I feel about Gaiden. So yeah, it's been interesting to like look at the discourse, see how like the extreme like opposite ends people seem to be on about it. And Civit's yeah, Civit seems to be more on like the negative end. He does not like the game. Yeah, he says like one of the worst in the series, I think, or at least one of his least favorites. And I do remember agreeing with like a lot of his points, but I do remember some that are like kind of weak, and then there's things that just gets like factually wrong. So I think it'll be like an interesting video, like some of the other ones I've covered, just sort of a mix of things I agree with, things I don't. And yeah, I thought it'd be a good choice for this format. Um yeah, with that introduction out of the way, I guess I could get started with the reaction. Let me just pull up the video. My my notes. Sorry, I need to start over the video. I was testing in VLC. Not VLC, OBS, just making sure everything works. So yeah. Let me just play a bit, see how the audio sounds on stream. It's kind of music now. Let me turn up a little bit.
Released like a Dragon Gaiden, the game meant to bridge the gap between Yakuza 7 and 8, explain.
I think this would be good. Let me check stream. Yeah, I think that sounds good. Okay, all right. So I'll just restart the video and yeah, I'll begin my response then.
Welcome to the 17th episode of my Yakuza retrospective. Nah, I'm just messing with you. Welcome to my review of the newly released Like a Dragon Gaiden, the game meant to bridge the gap between Yakuza 7 and 8, explaining the how and why Kiryu is a main character in that game, an apology for people who got filtered by the end of Yakuza 6 and did not realize how amazing it was, and also
Okay. Um, right. I remember the Yakuza 6 snipe. Okay. I know that this stream is about Gaiden. This might seem a bit petty, but I do want to talk a bit for why I hate the ending of Yakuza 6 as much as I do. I think it's a perfect example of the writers wanting a specific emotional payoff without really, but they're not willing to do the legwork to really have it make sense within their narrative. So, for one thing, it is incredibly contrived, the setup to this ending. Like, sorry, I'm sort of blanking out a bit, but first you've got the fact that it makes Iwami seem somewhat incompetent, like the fact that he had Kiryu and Nagumo like right where he wanted them and everything was going his way. But then like suddenly it's completely undermined once the rest of the Hirose family shows up. Like all it takes is just a couple guys to sneak up, help Haruka, and just completely undo everything. Which it doesn't make sense why I wouldn't anticipate that, because like he knows that there's more of the Hirose family, and that's weird that there's only two of them right there. So he should have been able to like anticipate something like this, but no, he kind of Haruka and Haruto end up getting saved anyway. But then you have the actual scene of Sugai shooting Kiryu, which has a lot of issues on its own. Like first off, the no one checks the villains for firearms, a very tired trope in this series at this point. Like even if the Hirose boys they didn't like expect it, like Kiryu should have warned them. Like he's experienced this way too much just to be like oblivious, just as oblivious as they are. Then you have the fact that sorry. Uh there's like a good like 10 seconds of like in time and some of it is slowed down, but you have like a good like 10 seconds within the context of the story where Sugai is shooting at Haruka, Yuta's running up to save her, Kiryu is off screen running up to save her also. But then, like, when you really think about it, Tagashira and Matsunaga, I think that's their names, the other two Hirose boys, they're kind of just standing there doing nothing off screen. Like, they're doing the thing where if these characters aren't on screen, the game acts like they don't exist because they were like just as close as like Yuta and Kiryu were to Haruka, so they would easily be able to like stop Sugai from shooting Kiryu multiple times. But instead, they only like intervene after he gets the shot after he shoots Kiryu multiple times and the damage is already done. Very like it's like completely like lazy the storytelling, choreography, just ignoring details. Also, this scene can play out in a specific way. Then you have, sorry. Then you have the logistics of Kiryu being taken to the hospital. Admittedly, this one is a bit more unclear, but I just find it so bizarre. Like, okay, this relies on Kiryu being taken to the hospital. Why no one else like knows about it? No one other than Date. But like why wouldn't they know that Kiryu is still alive or like in life support? Like they would have to like keep this secret for long enough until Kiryu has a meeting with the Daidoji guy. But that would only make sense if Kiryu went into it knowing about the Daidoji, which you would have no reason to. Like that was we get no indication that this was part of his plan. It wouldn't make sense if that was the case. But yeah, there's just this really questionable thing of how was Kiryu moved to the hospital without anyone knowing that he's still alive? Like that part's just really questionable. But then it's just like the big thing is that it completely undermines the character arc Kiryu is going on through the entire game. Like I have my issues with like how he's characterized in certain scenes. I think the game makes him a bit too stupid sometimes. But they're actually going for like a decent arc where he realizes, hey, running away from the people I love in this like short-sighted attempt at saving them only leads to things getting worse. Not only did it lead to my daughter getting hit by a car and almost dying, and like getting involved in this whole situation with these ruthless criminal organizations, but like there you see him like you see like Yuta's character, you see him make the same type of mistake. He's about to sacrifice himself for Haruka and Haruto, and Kiryu tells him why this is wrong, like criticizes him for sacrificing himself and abandoning the people he loves. That it seems like they're actually like having Kiryu outright acknowledge that this is wrong and he's grown past it. Like I think the game makes him like a bit too much like they sort of flanderize that trait a bit at the beginning, like make it so he just runs away from his problems, ignoring the context of all the times he ran away in those previous games. But at least there was like an arc here where you see him realize the consequences of these choices and actually grow from it. But then the ending, it's like, nah, I'll fake my death, run away from my family again. It's for the best. It's just completely at odds with like his arc throughout the game. Like it makes no sense that he would do this. And actually, no, it's even worse because the letter to Daigo, he actually acknowledges like these mistakes of his, how he abandoned the people he loved, made things harder for them. Okay, that's like an even more explicit example of I realize what I did is wrong. I'm sorry. And then he proceeds to do it again by faking his death. Like, it's so. Even if I liked. I don't know why Yakuza 6 fans think that ending is good when it's completely at odds with Yakuza 6. Like, it's just completely ruins the arc he was going on throughout the game. It's just terrible, honestly. It's like one of the worst endings in any of the games. So yeah, I'm not a fan of Yakuza 6's ending. So I'd explain why I think it's really silly to call it amazing. Like it is really bad.
So justifying the criticism for Yakuza 7 of why is Kiryu walking around in broad daylight after the end of Yakuza 6? Is he stupid? Wrapped into a nice and neat 20-ish hour slog of busy work and some of the worst writing in the series, taking the title of Thing That Did Not Need to Be Shown or Seen away from the cold dead hands of the Majima saga in Kiwami 2. If it wasn't already obvious enough, I did not like this game. This is probably now my least favorite game in the series. It feels weird to say this because even holding that opinion, like a Dragon Gaiden is still a better game than a lot of the garbage out there, and is more competent in certain aspects than the other games in the series. But it's also
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Like even like the worst Yakuza games are still like more like technically competent than like a lot of other games. So yeah, I can agree with that. But I guess I don't agree it's like one of the worst games. I guess let me double check. I want to make sure I'm not like getting him
dead
wrong.
hands of the Majima saga in Kiwami 2. If it wasn't already obvious enough, I did not like this game. This is probably now my least favorite game in the series. It feels weird to say this because
Oh, it just is his least favorite. Okay, that's fine. I mean, he'll go on to make some like objective statements about the game, but just saying it's your least favorite, yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
because even holding that opinion, like a Dragon Gaiden is still a better game than a lot of the garbage out there, and is more competent in certain aspects than the other games in the series. But it's also filled to the brim with content padding, busy work, a leveling system rivaling how bad the colored orbs of 6 and Kiwami 2 are, mostly terrible and forgettable sub-stories, combat issues that felt rectified in the last game Lost Judgment, some of the dumbest character writing that had me wondering why everyone in this game is so fucking stupid, and a narrative to further de-elevate the ending of Yakuza 6, which I actually liked. But it's not all bad. The final chapter, barring some issues I have with the construction site scene, which we'll get into later, is great. The few good sub-stories in this game are a real highlight. There are a handful of amazing moments and writing, even if they are followed up by 10 to 20 stupid ones. Certain aspects of the combat is really good and picks up from where Lost Judgment left off in fixing the Dragon Engine's combat. It's hard to say for sure without seeing the story of Yakuza or Like a Dragon 8, which isn't out yet, but it really feels like this is a game that did not need to happen. So much was shown and told that just makes everyone involved look stupid and was perfectly fine left unsaid. The good parts of this game
I think I'd agree with that. Like the the game should have been like to make the Kiryu's appearance in 7 make more sense and give context for his role in 8. And like not only is it like feel like so at odds with the stories of those games for multiple reasons, but yeah, it just leads to a lot of scenes where characters seem really stupid that like only exist because Gaiden wrote them. Yeah, I'd agree with that also. Although from what I remember, I'm a bit more mixed about the actual specific points he makes to back up this conclusion.
felt like they could have been a DLC for 7 or somehow reincorporated into 8. Months ago, I referred to this game on Twitter as the ground zeros to Infinite Wealth's Phantom Pain, but Gaiden really went out of its way in order to feel like it was worth the price tag. And honestly, it ended up making me feel like I was ripped off more than if these elements were not there. If the content padding wasn't here and they just charged $20 to $30 instead of the $50 it is right now, then it would still host some of the worst writing in the series, but at least it would not be wasting my time. It is a little hard for me to figure out how to approach talking about what I dislike so much about this game because a lot of it is interconnected issues that all inform each other. So let's start with the time-wasting crap and work our way from there. For Like a Dragon
Oh
Gaiden, they
boy.
decided to take the part-time hero system from 7 and let it infect every aspect of this game. The florist has been replaced with a Kame, who functions as the same character and plot device to get you all the information and spell out the plot and let the story move forward, but on a far smaller scale because the florist was so ridiculously overpowered that during my playthrough, me and my friend Pat, who is editing this video, discussed, yeah, they just kind of had to write around him every single game and come up with some reason why he can't magically snap his fingers and instantly have all the information for you, because then there would be no mystery. It's comical at times when you stop and think, how the hell is there a camera even there? What camera are they hacking into? Like in Yakuza 2 where they find out where Daigo is being kept hostage. What CCTV camera is being kept at bed height that is this clear in an abandoned building that just happens to work that allows them to see that Daigo is being tied up on a bed? RGG just
Yeah, it's pretty stupid. Yeah, I guess not exactly a thing with Gaiden, but yeah, it's pretty dumb. And yeah, I think I find like his point from what I remember, I find his points about the games that are not Gaiden more agreeable than his Gaiden. Well, more like consistently agreeable than his Gaiden takes, with the only exception being, of course, like that Yakuza 6's ending was actually good. So, yeah.
really needs to abandon and stop writing this character archetype because they constantly have to make excuses and write around them. Like even in games where the florist isn't around, the Gomi Jewel have to be burnt down so the entirety of the back half of the game can happen in Yakuza 7.
I mean, I don't know if Akame is like as big of an issue as like the florist or the Gomi Jewel. Like I feel like those create a lot more issues with how much surveillance they have, and I don't. Maybe there are some examples I'm not thinking of, but I just can't think of Akame having been like as overpowered. Like then again, it only comes up in the sub story, so it's like hard to say. But yeah, I just can't really think of any examples in the main story. Is what I'm saying.
So with Akame, it thus introduces the Akame network, which has you helping fuckos around town.
Hey fucko, hey fucko, hey fucko, yo fucko.
In order to gain the lucrative fucko points, which are one of 2 currencies used to upgrade Kiryu and the larger game-wide modifiers. The fucko missions appear as little exclamation points on your map, and these are all MMO tier busy work crap. I am so thankful that my friend told me as soon as the world opens up to you in chapter 2 to make sure to go to all of the stores and buy a little of every single item in the game. Doing this cut down so much time because otherwise I would go up to one of the fuckos and they would ask me for some bullshit, and if I didn't have it, that meant I would have to run to the other side of town, buy it from the vendor, then run back and give it to them. The other 4 type of fucko missions are going to a specific spot in Sotenbori, take a picture, then go back to the requestee with said picture, use your grappling hook to grab something out of somebody's reach that is right in front of them, do a battle with some thugs harassing.
Yeah, I can't really say much since he's literally just like describing aspects of the game, which is fine. It just doesn't give me much to respond to yet, but there will be some things I disagree with very shortly.
Random NPCs in town, which has been a thing since I believe Yakuza Ishin, but now it has some extra level of monetary incentive so you don't just ignore them because you are sick of constant fighting, which is already something that this game struggles with, as you can't walk 2 feet without getting into another fucking battle. Which my tinfoil hat conspiracy theory is that people complained enough about this that the Twitter account had to mention, hey guys, did you know that you can run away from battles using your jet boots? And the last being
I don't remember the encounter rate being that bad in Gaiden, or at least like significantly worse than the other games. Like, I guess they're like frequent, but I just can't think of them being like that much worse than like the other games. I mean, I guess like compared to like Yakuza 5 is like kind of an unfair example because it was like ridiculous in that game, but I don't think it was that bad in Gaiden. You just showed like one example of like I guess there's a lot of enemies that time you're walking around, but I can remember like I go through like a couple streets and there's maybe only like one or two encounters I come across, I think. Like this could totally be an issue you had. I just can't think of experiencing it myself. Yeah, I don't know about this one.
Dressing up Kiryu in some cosplay and walking up to the mission giver in this specific attire that they were asking for, which means the game wants you to spend your already spread thin money. You should be focusing on these 7 trillion combat upgrades, on costumes for fucko missions so you can make more money. You are trapped in a feedback loop of needing money, so you do fucko missions only to spend more money to complete said fucko missions. And unlike all the shit you have to buy at the stores, which is already bad enough, the costume related purchases are super expensive. None of these are cheap. Now, some of you may be thinking,
Like, I think these are like fair criticisms of like the side content. Like they're not very good. It can be like very I guess like yeah, like MMO tier busy work. I think that's a fair way to describe it. But yeah, let's see what else he says because I think this was the part of the fucko mission section that I really disagreed with or that wasn't a fan of.
just ignore them if you don't like it. But you really can't, because they decided for Gaiden that it was going to have every iteration of the leveling systems from the entire series wrapped into one. It has the star points from Judgment with the Akame network points, it has the money requirements from Zero, it has the iterative segmentation of the same upgrade multiple times, and the menial stat increases like 6 in Kiwami 2. The only thing they managed to leave out was the job orbs from Ishin. This means you could have enough of one of the upgrade currencies, but not enough of the other, and just not have enough Akame points to get anything, feeling impossible to even get all the upgrades because those points can also buy you items from the shop Akame offers to you, buys you game modifiers like the life skills tab from Yakuza 6 and Kiwami 2, which increases the amount of money that enemies drop from you and stuff of that ilk. And worst of all, the asking prices for both Akame points and money are ridiculously high and have too many upgrades. There is simply no way to get enough points for everything without grinding. Near the end of the game, I got around to finishing the second tier of
I mean, yeah, that's like true. Yeah, like I said, it's like a fine criticism of like the leveling system. It's really can get really tedious when you're a grind. Well, no, like it's tedious for like a completionist basically when you have to get all the abilities. But I think like the problem I was this as I was sort of framing it as something you like you have to do, like you have to get all of them, but can't. Let me see like exactly what he says because I remember this being one of my big issues. Okay, Mr. Joe says, I dislike this game a lot, but at least it's better than Yakuza Pirates, but really any game in the franchise is. Maybe maybe that one's worse. I don't know. I still haven't played Pirate Yakuza. I'm not really interested in it. Based on from what I've heard, it just sounds like I won't really be a fan. And yeah, I just haven't really bothered with that one, honestly. Uh yeah, I'm kind of mixed about Gaiden. I think a lot of the criticism is fair, but I still like the game. I think there's aspects that are done well. I always consider like a mixed bag, and I can sort of understand why people love it or hate it. I just don't think it's like I don't think it's one of the best games in the series, and I don't think it's one of the worst. Guess I'm sort of repeating myself from the beginning, but that's sort of how I feel about Gaiden, basically. Okay.
of attack damage stat boosts and thought I would finally be finished and that the thing below it would be a cool new move or something, only for it to reveal that it was another 15 damage increase.
I mean, I don't know why you thought it was like a cool move. It says boost health Kiwami. Like, okay, like maybe I get thinking it's like something different, but it says like boost health. I don't know why you thought it was like a new move. Unless this isn't like exactly what you're talking about, but I'm pretty sure all of these Kiwami upgrades are like pretty clear about what they're doing, like boosting health, boosting attack. This could be a thing, but like this clip isn't really like proving it, basically. I don't like yeah, like I agree that the Akame network thing is pretty like tedious and yeah, I agree with that, but the problem is that Cvit is kind of framing as like you have to do all of them. You have to get like every upgrade when you don't. Like I don't think like for one thing, like I don't think these games are like nearly hard enough where you need like all the upgrades. Like it's pretty manageable just to like do the I don't know, just get like some new moves, like boost your stats a bit, and it's like very manageable. Like yeah, I take issue with this like framing device sort of acting like you have to do all of this when in reality you only need to like get it up, do a few not a few, you have to do like a handful of missions, get it up to level 10. But yeah, I guess another thing he doesn't mention is that he's mostly focusing on like the individual, like the I forgot exactly what they're called, but like the ones you do on the street, not like the proper sub stories. But like the sub stories give you like a lot more Kame points, and like, they give you like thousands each. And there's also like the completion list, which also gives you Akame points. So you can like literally just do like combat exploration mini games and still get some. And I don't think Cvit mentions that like any point of this video, only focusing on the actual Akame missions. And I actually did a test while I was replaying the game where I intentionally avoided any of the missions where you have to go off and get something else, bring it back. So like you have to fetch an item, you have to get certain makeup, you have to take a photo. I avoided all of those. Well, except for one at the beginning where I have to give someone like a stamina and light. Other than that, I completely avoided it. Only did like the combat missions, the wait, was it just the combat missions? Oh no, the ones where you like grab things with the spider web, give them to people. And I think that might have been it. Like basically all the ones I do, you can just do them right there. You don't have to go off to a convenience store. And I still ended the game with like tens of thousands of Akame points. Like I didn't upgrade just to see how many like I accrued, and even by like chapter 2 I had like 10, 20,000. And like I didn't do any of like the really like tedious ones where you have to go back and forth. So like the game gives like an adequate amount from like not doing these boring ones, and I agree that you do have to like ignore that like they're not very good game design, but it's just like framing them as like you have to do all of this, and like yeah, it's just like a framing device I feel like doesn't properly represent the actual issue of the game. Yeah. Okay, another comment from Joe. The story is non-existent and the combat is so weird in Pirates. Yeah, that's I've heard the story is bad and that I've heard like mixed things about the combat. I feel like I'd probably enjoy it, but that the combat alone isn't like what makes me get these games. The story also matters. It's part of that. What I did was just buy everything so I won't need to worry about anything like that. Yeah, you can do that also. I think that's fair. The test was just to make sure like you don't need to do that. You can just do the missions without fetching things like that, and you still get like a very good amount of points. There's like options outside of these missions. It's basically just like to test like how much you can get without doing these like boring ones, and it still gave me a good amount. So yeah. To be fair, it depends how you use those points. That's true also, but I don't know. I guess like I feel like yeah, I agree like it's just the way it frames it that like the game like you actually have to like grind or do all these boring ones just to get like enough points. Like yeah, I just really don't like how he frames the issue, even though it's something that like I don't like either, and think it's one of the weaker parts of the gameplay. So yeah. I mean, you're not ignoring the system. It's just like yeah, it's like ignoring like specific missions, just doing the ones that are less boring. But I think that's like that'd be less detrimental to the game than like having to do all of them, which is sort of how you're framing it as. I don't remember it being that much different in Judgment. I'm pretty sure you like you go to the detective agency, you check like the board, do like a mission, or like accept a mission. Then I think you either go to the location or I think some of them might come to the agency. I don't remember, but I don't remember it being that much different than how the Akame system handles it. And yeah, I think that also makes it like tedious, but I don't really see how it's worse unless there's something I'm forgetting. I mean, he isn't lying. He's using his words with a lot of impact since he probably used those points a lot to spend it on stuff like upgrading himself and the network. I I'm not saying he's lying. I'm just like I guess he's framing it as well actually I guess this is sort of I might just be because of the benefit of hindsight where I've seen the rest of the video. But I know that like he accuses this game of having like hours of being bloated with like hours of busy work you have to do, but like you actually don't have to do all of it, and or like no, you only really need to do like some of it to like meet the necessary requirements of the story, like get a decent amount of upgrades, and yeah, so like I don't think yeah, I don't think he's lying, but it doesn't feel like yeah, because I guess like line is assuming intent. I just don't think this is like an accurate way to frame the issue. And yeah, but maybe we should get to that later when he's more like when he brings up these things I'm talking about. Might be a bit easier to comment on it. Fair enough. Okay, I don't have a problem with this comment itself about like getting annoyed about people for spoiling, but I just want to like point it out before talking about something later in the video since it will be important. Um, I, I mean, he isn't really like explaining like how exactly. Well, I guess he's explaining how Kaido's acting out of character, but he isn't giving like going through like any like specific examples of it, because like I'm kind of struggling to think of how he acts like out of character. Like the thing with him being like more hostile towards Kiryu's because he thinks he's like the guy he's searching for or who has like been causing trouble or somehow like involved in it. So I guess you could say like yeah, maybe it's a bit convenient, not very fun to watch. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like I was acting like completely incompetent and stupid. Like the only part is kind of dumb. I think what was it? Look, I should check. There's like at the end of the sub story, like gives himself up to the bad guys, and I think he just expects them to let Higashi go or something. Let me check exactly how it ends because I remember that part I did take issue with. Okay, pulled up the video. I'm gonna skip to the end. Okay. Sorry, YouTube's being a bit slow. Bear with me for a second. Okay. So I think he okay, yeah, so he's trying to like save Higashi. I only remember that one dude called Kaito and Kiryu Gorilla. That show was so random and funny. Uh yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah. Well, I guess I don't this is taking too long to check. Uh, so I guess I can't say for sure if Cvit is wrong. I guess I'd just say that he isn't really backing this up. I wish he was a bit more specific about exactly how like Kaido's acting competent or stupid in these scenes he's in. Cause he isn't really substantiating it. He's just saying what the issues are, not going into detail. Okay, yeah, so he doesn't really explain himself. He just says that's how it is. Okay, great. Oh shit, I really haven't been taking notes. I completely forgot about that. Guess, okay. Says Kaito is stupid and incompetent, but doesn't explain why. It's like 10:51. Well, let me just go back, see like the timestamp for what else. I think it was okay, yeah, it's like 8:10. I don't like how he's framing the issue of the Akame leveling system as if you have to do all the really tedious missions rather than just doing some of them in order to level yourself up a decent amount, which is very much manageable. And yeah, I guess adding on to that point, he was talking about how this leveling system is like worse, like it says like one of the worst, and he's citing these things as explaining why, but I don't see because like there's like a lot of Yakuza games where fully leveling yourself up is tedious, like how he's explaining in Gaiden. So I think maybe it would have been worth explaining just why this is worse than the other games. Because like yeah, like in all of them, like yeah, it's a pain if you like want to fully level yourself up, but if you just want to do like just so like you could get some new abilities, level up your stats a bit, like that's way more manageable. So, yeah, I like I said, I agree that this system isn't handled well. I just really don't like how he's framing it, and yeah, yeah, that's how I feel. Sorry, back to where I was. Yeah, like it's pretty accurate from what I can remember. Like once again, it's about more about Yakuza 2 than Gaiden, but yeah, I'd say it's pretty much right from what I remember. This combat has so many issues, and it only has to do mostly with the agent style. Dragon style has issues, but mostly has to do with his speed the speed of his combat when in Dragon. Yeah, combat has a lot of issues, mainly to do with agent. Yeah, I remember like I agreed with some of his criticisms, but disagreed with others. That should be an interesting topic. Yeah, I guess I'll have to wait until we get to that. Yeah, once again, this is all pretty much correct. Yeah, it's probably one of like the better aspects of Gaiden, that like theme that goes on throughout it. I did like that also. Well, I mean, it probably has to do with the fact it's like a mixture with a lot of different shit all bunched up together into one upgrade method. Kind of what 5 felt like. Oh, yeah, if you're talking about Dragon. I actually have to be talking about like which style are you talking about? Just to make sure I'm getting it right. Might take a bit. um, Basically, I'll just play the video for a bit longer, wait until they respond. Oh, you're just talking about the upgrade system. Okay, okay. Um, yeah, there's yeah, I don't like the upgrade system in Gaiden that much. Yeah, I kind of preferred how like I was like more simple and like four, five. I guess also like three, four, and five. Like just so yeah, those are probably my favorites. But I don't know if I could like. I'd have to think more about it to argue which one is the best. But I do like the simplicity of those older upgrade systems a bit more. Oh, shoot, sorry, I realized I was muted the entire time. But yeah, Cvit uses yeah, uses quite a bit of yeah, I guess he won't talk about why he likes No More Heroes, but also he does have a lot of references to other games in his videos, whether there's just jokes or talking about to compare different games. Yeah, I'm just like replaying what he said about these features of combat just to make sure I'm getting everything. Okay, wait. I don't want to go back to that comparison because I feel like this doesn't represent his point that well. Oh, sorry. No. Continue. Sorry, completely messed up. I guess Seb is back now, but yeah, I didn't mean to do that. I know pressing that one button just changes the whole thing. Did you reply to my message about 4's upgrade system? No, I didn't. Yeah, I remember liking it. Like I said, it's more like simple than the other ones. Isn't like too grindy. Yeah, I liked it. I hmm. That would be like one of my favorites. I'd have to think more if it's my favorite, but yeah, I like it. Yeah, sure. Okay. I guess this might seem like I'm nitpicking right now, but there's going to be a lot more comparisons like this. Okay. It says like it's indiscernible why things go differently here, but the examples he shows are using like the launcher of finishing blow. Like one time the enemy is blocking and the other time they aren't, which is why one launches them and the other doesn't. Like that alone, I think is like a pretty like good indicator of why these went differently. I agree there are inconsistencies, but these are like there's like at least from what I see, there's like a clear visual reason for why these go differently. And like I said, if it was one thing, I wouldn't even feel the need to point it out, but there is going to be a lot more of these, so bear with me. Yeah, I really don't like the extreme heat for agent, like especially when you level it up a lot, kind like your damage a lot, kind of just like trivializes a lot of encounters. You just like button mash and it mows through enemies. I Where with like extreme heat for Yakuza style, it actually does give you like new moves that are like it gives you like a lot more options. while Agent also gives you more options, but the actual just like spamming X or square is just way too good. So yeah, I'm not a fan of that design choice. I mean, he hasn't really explained why they're unresponsive. I mean, like he pointed out some things about like, yeah, like hyper armor. He said like he showed like bad hitboxes at one point, but he isn't like going too much detail about like why these things are issues. Like I played like a decent amount of the combat, so I feel like I have like a good understanding of like a lot of its issues and inconsistencies. But yeah, so if it just doesn't go too much detail into like why he thinks it's this bad and why he thinks like this is like the better option rather than actually engaging with the combat. When I agree that's terrible for balancing, but it's just a thing about like framing the combat as bad. I wish you would have went into that more. Extreme Heat sucks IMO since his light attacks get replaced instead of the moves being in heavy attacks. Why couldn't they have taken notes from Lost Judgment? Um, I don't. Sorry, why does it? I'm not trying to be like rude or anything. I'm not sure why that matters. That it's gone from like spamming heavy attack to spamming light attack for these things. Is there another reason for that? Like how why it makes it worse? Because I don't get that reason on its own. If I'm being honest. Okay, it's quite a lot. And yeah, that the game does like increase like the multiple enemy encounters to yeah, I'm not a huge fan of them. I think there's only like a couple that I'd say are the like especially bad. The ones I'd go to are the construction yard fight with Nishitani and Shishido. Like that one's like actually ridiculous. And there's like a couple I had issues with. So, yeah, I think it's fair to criticize like the encounter design. Like there's only like a couple that really bothered me, but yeah, they're not. It does kind of make you just want to like spam extreme heat a lot more. So, well, it's because they just replace it instead of adding to the original move set. That's simple. Plus, it's technically not to spam. It's more to juggle. Wait, I don't. Okay, I still don't. I don't get the part why it's necessarily an issue, like replacing the move set rather than adding it. Like, like yeah, it's like different. I don't understand how that part is an issue, but I do get the part about it it helps you like juggle in a wait, does it help you juggle in a lost judgment? I don't. Maybe it does. Okay, so I'd understand that more. Like takes I guess it takes away an option that I had, and I guess I can get enjoying that less. Whether it's actually worse or not, I don't know, but yeah, it's hard to say because like I could be like maybe I could be persuaded that like some of these changes like make the game worse or like no, not make worse. Well, yeah, I guess actually yeah, like make it worse that these changes would you make be like a flaw against the game even if the combat still works on its own. Like I guess it can still be like a downgrade from the other ones while still being competent, like in of itself. Although I still don't necessarily understand how some of these make it like worse rather than just being different. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I agree. Extreme heat is a downgrade. Um, okay. Curious extreme heat in general has gotten worse after 6. 8's is the only one that really works like 6's, and even then it's not an action game. Uh, right, right. Okay. Yeah, yeah. I think I enjoy like 8's combat more than Gaiden, even though it's like turn-based. Yeah. Do you even juggle? Just asking. Yeah, I dabble in a bit of juggling. I went out of my way to do it in like Gaiden with my recent replays just to see like how it works, like if I find any like issues with it, and I did find some to be fair, although like Cvit isn't really talking about those yet. I think he mentions juggling a bit later, but yeah, and I did like some in Lost Judgment. I don't think I did that much. Yeah, I could totally see the argument that like one is more fun than the other. Like in general, I find Lost Judgment way more fun to play than Gaiden. But I guess my thing is just trying to focus on like, okay, this is different, but like, how exactly is this worse? How is this like a flaw against the combat that's like poorly designed? I'm sort of just trying to figure out like the core issue there, cause yeah, I'm more interested in figuring out like the core issue rather than just focusing on like how it's different is what I'm trying to do basically. I know that Boxer X Heat combo ends with a launcher. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't get like the DLC which gives you Boxer style, so I can't speak for that one specifically. Gaiden games combat is like leftovers or scraps compared to what they did with 8. Oh, yeah, yeah, I can agree with that. I like Gaiden's combat, but yeah, it's definitely not the most polished, while 8 is just like a massive improvement over 7. Like, yeah, yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah, that's fair. Like, there's a lot of breaking out of combos in the game. Yeah, that's true. Okay, Solo says Gaiden's combat feels like they just did enough. Yeah, yeah, that's totally fair. I can understand criticism. It's maybe it's more bare bones. It doesn't have a lot of options from other games. Like yeah, like personally, I'm like not a fan of what they did to finishing holds. I had a lot more fun with like 5 especially finishing holds, but yeah, I guess I'm still trying to focus on like, yeah, like does it still work? Does it still function as combat system? So yeah, even if I have like my personal preferences which lean me towards other games more, I'm still trying to like come to a conclusion of how good Gaiden's combat is sort of in isolation. I like the boss fights for the most part except for Yoshimura and that fight at the docks. Yeah, Yoshimura was kind of annoying. I think the ones I'd point to are the I found the most annoying personally in the base game. The one at Grand, the Cabaret Club, where there's a big group of Kijin clan guys, and there's a few guys with guns also. And then there's the not shipyard, construction yard fight with uh Nishitani and Shishido. I found those really annoying. But then if we're going to like the side content, I absolutely like hated the boss fight with Justice in the arena. Like that was like so frustrating to do as Kiryu, so I just used Chicken Man instead and cheesed it. Not a fun fight, I have to say. But yeah, those are my least favorite ones. It would have been better if they just made finishing holds like the old games with an actual good heat system. Uh, yeah, I think I would prefer that more. Yeah. I don't know, to me, I just have a huge dislike for it because Lost Judgment's combat felt perfect, but they barely took any steps from Lost Judgment and barely improved from it. Yeah, I totally agree. It's a downgrade. Lost Judgment is like might be the best and as far as combat goes. And yeah, like totally agreeable. It's a downgrade. You don't enjoy as much. Like yeah, like I don't enjoy it as much either. So yeah, that totally agreeable. um, okay. The glorified goon fights are never fun to me. Yeah, yeah, can you be specific? What do you mean by like glorified goons? Are you talking about the random goons have like boss amounts of health, or what exactly are you talking about? Finishing holds seemed to work okay and lost judgment going by Kaido files. Oh yeah, Kaido files is really fun combat. I like the finishing holds in that one. Yeah, I forgot about that for a second, even though I really like Kaido files' combat. Um, yeah. The goons that essentially get treated like real bosses. Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, there's quite a bit of that. Wait, Kaido had bounding throws? I don't think he had bounding throws. Actually, it might have just been the one finishing hold where he like I think he like grabs the enemy's leg and then like punches down, something like that. But it was like the I think it was like the three punch finishing hold for Kiryu and his brawler style. I'm trying to remember exactly which one. I haven't. I only recently started replaying Zero and I haven't got the finishing holds or that finishing hold yet. Like the fan service for LJ is full of those glorified goon bosses. Well, Snatching Snake is technically a finishing hold. Yeah, I think Snatching Snake is what I'm thinking of. And yeah, I guess like Lost Judgment also had more like goon bosses, but like Lost Judgment has like really fun combat, so I don't. Being able to fight them for longer is fine by me, personally. And yeah, it's just like one finishing hold. Yeah, Probably should have specified that, but yeah, it's fun to use. I really like it. I like playing as Kaido. Sorry, I'm gonna replay that. I missed that. Lost Judgment still's a solid boss roster even without the goons, though. Better bosses than the first Judgment, pathetic for original bosses. Um, yeah. Yeah, I can get not enjoying those. They just don't. I guess it just depends, like which ones bother me, which don't. I don't really mind the Lost Judgment ones that much, just because I really like the combat. Yeah, I do think I liked Gaiden Kiryu's dragon style more than the early Dragon Engine games, but yeah, it still has like its problems. I agree with that. And I guess I could see like Percy taking issue like a lot more things have to do with extreme heat in this one. Don't really see how that makes it worse. Well, it could just be saying like personal preference. That's fine also. It's going to be funny seeing Kiwami 3 as it's essentially reusing from itself in a way. Um, Reusing from itself. Sorry, what do you mean by that? Like reusing three's combat or yeah, what are you talking about with that? Yeah, like sorry if I don't have as much to say or like I'm not articulating myself as well like the combat. Like I did try to spend more time on my replays like engaging with it, like try to figure out like what works, what doesn't, just so I have a bit more to talk about with it. But yeah, I feel like basically just like using like this. I'll have more to say when it comes to the story. Basically, that part I know pretty well at this point. Reusing assets from 3 basically, since they copy a lot of Yakuza 3 boss movesets a lot. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, it's a pretty common thing. Yeah, I'm also been kind of mixed about like Kiwami 3. Like some parts look good, some parts I'm worried about, but yeah, the whole thing about casting like a sex offender for one of the main villains, like taking his likeness, that yeah, that really rubs me the wrong way and kind of turns me off from getting it. But I still might get Dark Ties. Depends if they also have Kagawa in that or not. I don't know. Yeah, that one's a big turn off for me personally. I find them all 10 times annoying in Dragon Engine. Right. I mean, I guess that does make sense. Like, yeah, like carrying them over might not work as well. And from what I've heard, I think like Yakuza 6 is like the only one that has like a ton of original move sets, which yeah, and otherwise I from what I've heard they reuse them pretty frequently throughout the games. Yeah, I'm like not willing to like since 6 is no longer in Game Pass, I don't really want to spend money on it just to double check how good the combat is since I really don't like that game. But yeah. I'm not like too well versed on Yakuza combat. I'm sure there's people know like better than me. I'm just trying to do like my best based on what I've got from Gaiden and bits from the other games. Okay, so this is like another thing where he says like, oh, okay, wait, there's another chat. They're not separate games though. The Gaiden game comes with Kiwami 3, so you're forced to get Kiwami 3 for Dark Ties regardless. Oh. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, if that's the case, yeah, I'm a bit less interested. If they're released separately, maybe I'll get it, but yeah, if that's the case, I might not. Um, but yeah, I wasn't like super interested in Kiwami 3 anyway. But yeah, if that's the case, that sucks. Okay, yeah, like okay, sorry, I'm just trying to like go through it again because I remember there's like isn't really working, like they're in the middle of a combo, it doesn't launch them. Yeah, I'd say that's yeah, it's like a better example than what he showed before where he was blocking so the launcher didn't work. Yeah, I think that one was blocking also. Yeah, it's hard to say. You should be more interested. Be a consumer 100%, not just fucking around. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm always like somewhat interested in like a new Yakuza game. But yeah, I think it's mostly just like Infinite Wealth, where after my many issues with that game, despite how much I enjoyed, I'm more skeptical going forward. Uh, I do want to play some of like the older games though. Like I want to try emulating Kenzan and Ishin, since those ones are. Well, I've played like some of them actually. That they're pretty. I like them from what I've played. Should play more of them. Um, yeah, I guess I think they might drop faster. I don't quite remember noticing much of a difference, but I guess that would make sense from a game design perspective. Like the heavier ones fall a bit quicker. I don't know if he's gonna elaborate on if why this is an issue or not, but I don't. Yeah, let's see. Okay, yeah, that one's fair. Like, isn't just an issue like changing the button actually doesn't let you to like use them for launching. Yeah, I think that's yeah, it's fair. Dark Ties doesn't even look that good to me story wise, since the original writers of 3 won't be making this story. It's the people who made Infinite Wealth story who are making it. I mean, yeah, that is true. I guess just the fact that they're doing like a more like simple story while Infinite Wealth's problem is like it just had like way too much going on. Well, that's an oversimplification. There's a lot of like really awful writing in like each of the individual aspects. But there's also an issue like taking on like way more than it can chew, but with Dark Ties, it's at least like building off of like a story that already exists, and they said they were gonna do a darker tone, not make Mine too heroic, but yeah, like I'm like what I say, I'm like interested. I'm still a bit skeptical of how well it'll be handled. Dragon Kiwami reminds me a lot of the pirate game's Mad Dog in a bad way. Though it seems a lot less repetitive than that moveset. Uh, Dragon Kiwami, do you mean are you talking about Gaiden or which one of the games are you which one of the movesets are you talking about? Uh, it is strange though trying to force a bond between Konda and Mine. Yeah, that was something I was curious about, like how they'll make them be friends, but then bring them to the point that they aren't three without creating like inconsistencies. Kind of Dojima Kiwami. It's Kiwami 3 Kiryu's main moveset. Oh no, I've seen that one. I watched the trailers for Kiwami 3. So yeah, although I haven't seen much for Pirate Yakuza, so I can't compare it that way. But yeah, I've seen the trailers for Kiwami 3 Combat. Yeah. Um. Wait. Let me see it again. When they say dark, they just mean 2000's edginess. You can literally tell from his combat. It's like they're trying to make him shadow, so basically a cartoonish villain when that's Konda. I mean, maybe they'll do that. I just don't want to make assumptions just because. I mean, unless there's like specific examples from the previous game where I think they'll take that direction exactly, but all we get for they're 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 being edgy is like, oh yeah, the I forgot what it's called. There's like Dark Awakening for Mine, which I jokingly called like edgy heat mode. I mean, so yeah, I guess there's some edginess with the combat, but like whether it's in the story, I mean, we don't get too much from the trailer. I wouldn't judge that's how they're going to characterize him just based off of that. But yeah, I think that's a fair point. Like if the launcher doesn't if you can't do that directly with boss enemies, that's a weird choice to make it so they get launched when they're like clipped by attack doing the wire on another enemy. Does seem like a bit of an oversight. That was probably an oversight. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, good. And that was like a consistent issue I noticed that like sometimes they're just like a bit too far away where I couldn't juggle them, which led me try to doing it next to a wall more. I didn't. Yeah, that's an issue I would big criticism I have for the juggling. So yeah, good to know you mentioned that. Um, I don't know how they managed to put finishing holds onto the rush combo in Kiwami 3, and they're done with the finisher button apparently. Uh, they also added a fifth light with attacks blatantly taken from Joji and Suruno. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember that part. I might have missed it, or is in another trailer. I don't know. But yeah, I guess we'll have to see how that turns out. I can't speak too much on it other than the little I remember about the combat. I mostly just remember what they talked about with the story and new side content. Not a trailer, but you can find it in people's gameplay. Okay, that explains why I missed it. The only one worth putting points into. I don't I don't agree with that. I found like the serpent especially is like pretty useful. Like you can just mow down enemies with it and yeah, I don't get that. I guess the cigarette bomb is a bit awkward to time. And I guess he'd argue that's you have to use the extreme heat one for it to be really good. So maybe that's the route he'd go. Still think like the serpent is pretty good, and wait, what's the other? Forgetting about the fourth item they give you. Okay, there's the web, the serpent, the cigarette bomb. What was last? Oh, the drones. Yeah, the drones aren't too good either. Like it's another thing they're only that good in extreme heat. So yeah, I guess if we just arguing the items utility and on their own, then yeah, I guess like maybe only the web and the serpent, but yeah, I don't know. Guess we'll have to see. Yeah, they kind of just awkward to use. I'm not too much of a fan of them either. Like it's fun to use them in extreme heat, but yeah, on their own, I like never used it. The Agent X heat combo can be done after the last double finisher. Um, oh, okay, got it. Yeah, I haven't seen like the gameplay stuff, just like the couple trailers, so can't speak on that. I mean, I think like hmm, I guess even like if when they're swatting away, that at least like distracts them for a bit. that's like one use I can think of for them besides staggering them when they do hit. So it's like something you can do with them, if that's what he's arguing. Yeah, that's fair. I only found like the extreme heat drones that useful when I was doing a no upgrades run. Like sometimes they I just found them more useful than the extreme heat with no upgrades. Though the finishing holds being done from rush combo can be seen in the trailer, a little hard to notice at first. Yeah, yeah, some of it might have been in the trailers also. I just don't remember them that well. So, yeah, 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 maybe they could have done that. We've given like a bit more reason to use them. I guess maybe they thought it would make it too overpowered. Like you can like distract enemies endlessly while punching them. Like it's not endlessly. There's still like the limit, but maybe that's the reason why they didn't do that. I don't know. It could also just be an oversight. That's possible. Um, yeah, I guess fair. Kind of lame to put that charge $8 for that. I haven't tried it myself though. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's fair to criticize that their move sets being a lot. Well, I guess like maybe they didn't want to make it too overpowered and like kind of make it simple like they did the other move sets, but yeah, I guess it's fair to not like that as much. And like $8 for that, that is kind of ridiculous. Okay, I mean, technically you don't need to bring them a gift, you just like re-encourage them and they they're no longer sad. Yeah, I guess a bit of a nitpick, but yeah, that's it's not. You don't have to give them an item just to make them feel better. Yeah, yeah, it's fair not to enjoy that. I mean, as someone who does like the Colosseum a lot, it does feel a bit grindy at points, and I don't like some of the combats. Some of the combat arenas are especially annoying. Like I mentioned earlier, like the Justice boss fight, I really didn't like that. Um, yeah, yeah, fair enough. Does get a bit repetitive, even if I like the mini game. But now we're on the story. Which I should hopefully have like a lot more to comment about, because like I said, I have spent more time with a guidance to make sure like I understand the combat issues a bit better. But I have like a much better understanding of like the story and than I do like the other Yakuza games. The story is why I spend the most time like focusing on, thinking about, writing about. So let's see what he says, because I remember feeling a bit mixed. That's interesting. I just says that's why like he hates it. So I mean, yeah, fair enough. But I guess when I think of the issues with Gaiden, it's a bit more straightforward to like narrow it down to a couple things, or at least the ones I think really like bring down the story. Like there's like playing like smaller issues, but then there's like some like there's like a couple really big ones I think prevent it from being good despite the high points. But let's see what he has to say about it. Lore slash trauma. I okay, does not matter. I guess like in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't. Gaiden isn't that important to the other games, or at least it isn't that important yet. But it, I guess it could still be compelling in its own right, like some of the individual aspects of it. Yeah, on its own, it's a bit of a weird claim, but I guess I should see where he says before I'm judging. I mean, I don't think I don't think they're like too overbearing with it. Like there's that like one quick montage where to like catch you up on the events, and it's pretty concise. It doesn't like damage the pacing that much. I don't know. Okay, I'll write that down. Criticizes game for taking too much time to recap 7 rather than expecting them to have already played it, even though the recaps are very minor. The only, the recaps aren't, it's very like overbearing. All you get are reference or occasional references that naturally come up, or the recap between quick recap leading up to the dissolution. Yeah, 25 minutes, 22 seconds. Wait, what? Did they say that? Oh, sorry, didn't mean to zoom in again. Let me see. Perfect entry point to the series and available now. Yeah, that I would not agree with that. It's a good starting point. Yeah, because like I guess sort of the story is isolated, but then a lot of it is like building off like the events of like previous games, and yeah, it is like a weird thing to say. Although that, yeah, that's weird. Okay, okay, now he's just exaggerating. It does not take 20 hours to do all the busy work. Like, okay, if we're just talking about like the required ones, it takes you like a few minutes to do the to meet the requirement, the first like Akame network requirement in the main story. You just like do like the Akame missions that are like closest to you. And then later on you do have to get to level 10, which depending on like how long or how much you do the missions as you're walking through the street, that can take longer, shorter, but that one it's maybe like an hour at most. And you can do like the actual sub stories to speed it up because those, like I said, give you thousands of points each. So yeah, it's just like I find it kind of dishonest to frame as like 20 hours where like most of it is busy work and there's only like 7 hours of story. That's just not what it is. Like, I agree that this is an issue, but I can't but feel like he's like really exaggerating it to insane extent. Uh, see what exactly he says so I can take note. Okay, sorry, I just got distracted. That now he's also talking about they don't matter for like most of I not really the game. It's not like long enough where like you don't spend much time on like there's long periods of time where you don't develop these characters. Like I agree, like aspects of this story are underbaked, but not because there's like a large amount of downtime, really. Uh, Yeah, yeah, it's refer like says like okay, seven's like 13. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I get it right for like the notes. I'm a bit tired right now, so I'm to replay it again. Not having relevance for okay, now he's saying like they're not relevant for 7 plus hours. That's just not true. Okay, the main villain isn't relevant for 7 hours of the 20 plus hour experience that mostly consists of busy work. So yeah, it's not just like he's framing like the Akame network issue is worse than it is. He's also saying that like there's like way more downtime in terms of not showing like Shishido or developing his character. Like you get like bits throughout the game. I think you get like a pretty good understanding of him. Like trying to think. Okay, so you get like those bits in the first chapter. Like he attacks Hanawa, and then you get like his backstory chapter 2 with out of the castle. So yeah, like you're already getting something there. Then when's the next time? I think then he shows up next in might have been chapter 4. Yeah, when you're all you're going around town and causing a creating attention so the Kijin clan notices. Like you get like bits there, and then chapter 5 is like the most like meaningful. I mean, like ties up all like is like the characterization you get in like a really meaningful way, and it doesn't feel like it comes out of nowhere. It's building off of these pieces that are like gradually set up, and yeah, there's only like one chapter. Otherwise, I don't really get this criticism he's not in the game enough. I think he got plenty. I would have liked more. I think what we got is still adequate. Okay. I'd say Shishido is the exact opposite of what they did with Ebina and Raymond Law. Is Raymond Law the pirate Yakuza villain? I don't even. I don't know. Raymond Law does even less than Ebina does. I don't even outright dislike Ebina, but I don't find him good either. I used to feel that way about Ebina, but like after spending a lot of time like going over Infinite Wealth cutscenes, working on my upcoming video about the game, I think he's kind of terrible. Like I just have like so many issues with like his characterization and how the game uses him while being like so important to the story. I don't want to get into that now, but you can check out my Infinite Wealth video, my first one. I spend a good amount of time talking about Ebina. That goes over my main issues, but there's still a couple more that I haven't talked about yet, and I'll be mentioning them in my follow up. Yeah, he's the pirate Yakuza dude played by Samoa Joe. Okay. Yeah, I heard he's like pretty boring. Not that interested in playing pirate Yakuza. Uh, and yeah, if you mean like the opposite of Shishido, yeah, sorry, Shishido is the opposite of Ebina and Raymond, then me in terms of like developing them or like just writing a good character, then yeah, I think they do like a pretty good job with what he's given. I remember not agreeing with Cvit's criticisms of Shishido, but we'll get to that soon, I guess. What does he say? Does he say like Gaiden explains why Kiryu could be walking around? Because he doesn't really. Okay, yeah, like implying that the game actually explains why it isn't stupid that Kiryu's walking around. But I still think even with Gaiden existing, it doesn't really justify that. If anything, it makes less sense with just how strict they depict the Daidoji as. Uh, yeah, implies that Gaiden explains why Kiryu was walking, able to walk, to get involved in the plot of Seven. It's obvious that he's the final boss and is built up, but he does nothing noteworthy. Even less screen time than Ebina, I think, or maybe similar, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I've heard. He's kind of just underwhelming. And I mean, yeah, I'm just not that interested in Pirate Yakuza. I don't think I doubt that I'll ever play it. Unless it went on sale for like insanely cheap, which I doubt it will anytime soon. I'm just not interested. Okay. I can't I can't empathize with frustration of the Yakuza fan base feels like you can't criticize anything. Based on what I've seen, I feel like that's kind of just a common thing with so like all internet fan bases, but that's just because I'm personally involved with Yakuza. It's the most frustrating. But yeah, I guess I wouldn't criticize this video because I wanted Cvit to be a mouthpiece to say like to express like the exact same opinions about the game. I just think like he gets some things wrong and sometimes makes some really weird points. I'm fine if you don't like it. I just take issue with some of your arguments. So I only played the demo and found myself criticizing a lot of the changes made to the combat and other stuff. Oh, okay, so you like watch the cutscenes on YouTube? Yeah, I was thinking I might do that, but I'm still like I'm not that interested, even like if it would be free. Because yeah, I'm just not very interested in Pirate Yakuza, honestly. I wait a minute. Does it say doesn't can't just solve his problems by running away? Let me see again. Um, I couldn't keep a straight face during the cutscenes. Yeah, that fair enough. As for six, saying like crescendo of the themes, like you can't just run away, be solve things by going somewhere, beating people up. Yeah, but as I explained at the start of the stream, I think the ending is completely at odds with the theme about, I guess, like running away from your issues or like self-sacrificing without, but as a result not being there for the people you love. I've explained how like that feels like Kiryu was going on an arc to take him in that direction, but his decision in the ending is just completely at odds with that, and just feels like a terrible ending, really. But yeah, it doesn't mention that. That'll make it sound bad, I guess. I think the boss fights are the most underwhelming too, which is a shame because even Gaiden had decent bosses. Yeah, yeah, I like the bosses in Gaiden. Yeah, I even the thing about like, oh yeah, it's so his family can live in peace. Even the reason, even if this didn't feel as odds with his arc, the reason is just kind of flimsy. Like you've gone up against people who say like, even if you die, we'll still go after Haruka. Like it feels like after that, you should especially be realizing that like just because I give up my life, they still might be in danger. Like maybe if you arrange something with the Daidoji, like making sure they keep them safe rather than just simply like faking his death, like maybe that would be better. But it's like we're supposed to be like, oh, like he's doing the thing that'll make them safe. But it's not. It feels like it's ignoring like how ruthless the villains have been shown to be. Make it hard to believe that this is a good decision. Even more. Yeah, I hate Six's ending so much. It's one of the reasons why we need to do like a follow up video to my other video on Six because I feel like there's a lot of issues I missed. Um, I agree that doesn't make sense for him to come back based on the current circumstances. But yeah, I guess I wouldn't agree for the same reason as Cvit that I thinks the ending's actually remotely good. But yeah, I guess agree that like they should have like addressed this better if they're going to bring him back, but they don't really do that. I still don't think it's fine. Like going to like the dissolution again risked seen by like anyone in the Omi alliance, which at that point probably has like I think there's like some Tojo men there. I don't quite wait, no. Uh okay, wait, actually yeah, I don't remember if any of the Tojo men actually go to the Omi other than Arakawa, but I mean even then, like Kiryu's like a legend, like putting him next to like Yakuza who might very well know him is a terrible idea. Either way, see, I don't think sick the game provides an adequate explanation. Uh, see, did I take note of that? Yeah, the reasoning why Kiryu could get involved was fine in 7. Oh, wait, I just realized I accidentally changed the timer thing. So, yeah, these ones are wrong. I'll just I don't want to bother going back and changing them. I'll just put them like this for reference. And put this as the right one. Okay, scroll down. There we go. Make him seem stupid. I mean, we don't know that, like, I don't know if we can really blame him on that. It seems like this was just added on. Yeah, it is weird that, like, a deal he took, like, he suggested it, and now the Daidoji are making it so, like, yeah, like, it's weird. The Daidoji are almost acting like this was all part of the plan, like they usually do. I don't even know how to explain. It's just really weird the way they handle it. Even ignoring how inconsistent the Daidoji are, there's already some like dissonance with a 6 and 8 with how it's handled. Having Kiryu out in the open without trying to disguise him in any way was bound to be disastrous. I don't know what the writers were doing there. Yep, exactly. That's a point I'm going to mention in my Gaiden video that they could, I don't know why they don't disguise him if they want this much to send him out on missions. Like, ignoring how this is a universe in which mirror face exists, like, I'm pretty sure you can get like pretty believable like face masks to make your face look different, or like so you look like another person, or even just like even give like an obvious face mask. Just do anything so like it isn't obvious who he is. It's yeah, just on a fundamental level, like the Daidoji, what they're doing in Gaiden doesn't make sense. Well, I guess wait, let me see I'll take note what exactly he said before. Uh says that Kiryu is made to seem stupid for making his own deal with the Daidoji, since it leads to them threatening the orphanage. But yeah, I'm like totally sure that like the writers didn't like change his appearance. Well, I mean, probably just to like make like the story progress as it does, make it easier at the cost of the characters being stupid. I wouldn't be surprised if they also just want to make sorry, if they just want to make Kiryu look the same as like he always did. Just in totally like fan service way, regardless of how much sense it makes. I wouldn't be surprised if that was part of the reasoning. Okay, yeah, this is something Cvit just got wrong. That he's not in Kamurocho, he's in Roppongi, I think it's pronounced. But yeah, totally different area of Japan. I get if it's made like a throwaway line, but it's literally like the first shot of the game says like Roppongi, Japan. Like this is very clearly not Kamurocho, yet he's criticizing it for like Kiryu's in Kamurocho. What if the Stardust Boys saw him? It's yeah. Okay. There's like other times where like I don't agree with like his argumentation, but this is just a inaccuracy. Uh, criticizes the game for Kiryu being in Kamurocho when it is made clear that he's when it is made clear in the game that he's in Roppongi. Like yeah, there's still like the criticism of like it's stupid to send Kiryu out to do this stuff without disguise. But this specific criticism is about him being in Kamurocho, which just isn't true, so that this part is just wrong. His Yokoyama-inspired haircut in 8 is kind of a step, but that's all they did in terms of making him look different. If you don't know, that hairstyle is actually inspired by Yokoyama's. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is sort of an effort to make him look a bit different. Yeah, still wish they could have done more. But yeah, I guess it is something. Yeah, hmm. I remember Yokoyama's hairstyle. I kind of see the similarity, but not quite. Um, but yeah, so that's an interesting connection. Okay, I guess it kind of went past that quickly, but yeah, doesn't really make sense that Han was definitively like, oh yeah, none of these guys know you are who you are. Sorry. Hanwha says definitively that none of these guys know who you are. Then he walks for a bit and one of them knows who he is. Like it isn't even like a bad reasoning for why this guy knows him. It's just Hanwha's lack of awareness that just adds to the Daidoji incompetence. So yeah, it went by that pretty quick, but yeah, it's totally correct. And yeah, I guess like putting him in situations where he reveals his identity, yeah, it's pretty consistent issue with it, with the Daidoji's depiction. Very frustrating. And yeah, it's even worse because like they blame him for revealing his identity when they're constantly putting him in situations where that risk is apparent. Like it's just stupid. Maybe. And yeah, someone fix it, because especially because the Daidoji are supposed to be a powerful force that's been like very secretive, yet yeah, it doesn't make sense for them to be as incompetent as they are with how powerful they're supposed to be, basically. I I don't understand why that makes Kiryu look stupid. It just means that the Daidoji changed like that they're the ones who decide to like do this specific stuff. So seems like they're the ones that decide to make it part of the deal. I don't know why we'd blame Kiryu for that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, pretty much. I Your only thing to praise about the stars I looked cool? Okay. I guess we'll have to see what else he has to say about him. That's alright. Okay. I guess this is a bit more subjective. I don't find the jokes in these videos very funny most of the time. Especially this one, it just feels like it's going on for too long. I don't know. Okay, no, like not 3 hours later. Like, okay, what do I even say? Okay, I think there is that part where you have to level up Akame Network. It's either 3 or 5 that's mandatory to progress the game. Go to the castle. That takes like a few minutes, and the story, like it's literally okay. So Hanawa gets abducted. You have you escape the temple. You meet with Suruno. I guess you meet with Akane. Then right after that, you go to like Shishido. That takes like maybe an hour or two. I don't know. It just feels like let's replay that. It might be like 3 hours. That still feels like maybe a bit of an overestimate, but I'm pretty sure it's not that long. Okay, I know this isn't like definitive, but let me just check like a Yakuza playthrough just to see like how long it would generally take, because I still feel like it shouldn't be that long. Uh, Gaiden, no commentary. Okay, so yeah, so you meet him around like the end of chapter one. Okay. There's like 40 minutes. Okay. See, maybe it's like, okay, maybe it's like 2 hours. So, yeah, I guess not that far off. But yeah, as far as like the story goes, because like some of that is like just Akame Network stuff. In terms of story, it's like there isn't that much of a gap. Like, it's still like you get him in one chapter, like you get like good amount of information, then you get to the next and you get his backstory. So I don't see the issue, and I don't know why you're taking like you're saying, am I supposed to care what you're? What was he even saying about this? That's how you're supposed to feel. What was? Okay, like you're saying like, oh, he doesn't care. Like I don't care about it. I don't. I thought your complaint is like underbaked. You don't get enough about him, but when you get enough about him, you're like, I don't care. Like what? What's the issue here? I don't see what criticism you're trying to make. It's a bit confusing. 8 hours? No, I really don't feel like it's that much. I mean, there's like one chapter between that, and I don't think there's actually there might be like another Akame network like main story requirement, but yeah, still it's only like a few hours. Like this game isn't that long. It doesn't take you 8 hours between. Says that there's an 8 hour gap between Shishido's appearance in chapters 2 and 4. Like, I feel like Shishido being there more could have benefited some aspects of like the story, but I don't think it's an issue with how he's written. Yeah. Sorry. Let me check the timestamp. It's 30:39. Okay. Solo says, I don't know if you saw the character calendar thing they came out with, but some of it is inconsistent. For example, Rikia's age is listed as 25 and 3, but now he's born in 1987, which would make him younger. Oh, okay. So, yeah, I guess that'd make him like in his early 20s? And Shishido is only a year younger than both Surano and Nishitani the third. Um, I can't think of an issue with Shishido being that close to them in age. I mean, well, because like the flashback with Nishitani the third, they look like they're about the same age. I mean, there might be an issue with that. I can't really think of it right now. I guess actually might be a bit weird that Cyrano isn't older than him. Maybe. Oh, is my mic starting to cut out? Let me check. Might be because I'm like not. I'm pointing my head the wrong direction. That might be why. Let me check the stream. I don't hear myself cutting out that much. At least with like the last part I was talking. Well, I think it's fine now. I don't know. Sounds alright to me. Might have been earlier though. It's possible. Uh, the actors' ages aren't as consistent. Right. Yeah, maybe that's a thing also. I don't know. But even IRL, Shishido's actor is a year younger than Surano's. I mean, I don't think that's as much of an ish. I feel like that's like such a small difference that like it doesn't really matter. There could be like other issues I'm not thinking of, but I think that one's a bit more forgivable. Just like they're 1 year older in one game, 1 year younger in real life. I don't think that's a problem. Or oh wait, no, you're saying it's the same in both. Okay. I mean, yeah, I guess that's Nishitani the third's actor is actually 12 years younger than both of them. Oh yeah, I guess that is more of a significant difference, but I could still believe he's in his 30s. I don't think it's that big of a difference that maybe it feels like older. That would be weird, but I still think like 20-year-old playing a 30-year-old that's not bad. I okay, if it wasn't enough for you, that's fine, but I don't know what actual issues there are with his characterization. Like sure there's villains that maybe have like a bit more time to like develop them, but I think like you kind of get all you need to know about him with like his brief scenes. They're very like concise with the information you get about him. Yeah, okay, if you don't like it as much, it's fine. I just don't see the issue. Um, yeah, maybe. The actual betrayal aspect, like, yeah, maybe doesn't mean as much when it comes to his dynamic with Kiryu, but once again, I wouldn't criticize that like for like him as a character. I guess it's a way to put it. I think it's like a really good character, but like the plot around him, it doesn't do him just. How do I say it? Because like I agree, more of him could have benefited the story a lot. I just think that what we got was perfectly adequate. Um, I don't. What are you saying? Okay, he doesn't just bring it up out of nowhere. It's in response to Shishido being like very like respectful of Nishitani and like he's like, "What? You respect him?" And like Shishido's like, "What did I say something wrong?" And then he talks about this like what Nishitani did to him. Like he doesn't just like bring it up. It comes up naturally enough. Uh, criticizes the game for randomly bringing up Shishido's backstory with Nishitani in order to further hammer it down, when in reality it comes up naturally after Shishido praises Nishitani. Yeah, I don't know where Frey like this random there's this like really forced exposition that had to come up. So like to hammer this down, it's pretty like natural. Like yeah, it's like it'd be weird for Nishito, not Nish, it'd be weird for Shishido to like talk about this. It'd be weird for Shishido to talk this way about a guy who like mentally and physically tortured him. So like yeah, it's like a fair like reaction, and just because he says like yeah, Nishitani broke him real good, that doesn't feel substantive enough to say that this is like forced exposition. I don't know. It's just a weird point. What? What? Why are you? Why are you assuming Shishido's like a commanding officer? Like, it's like a higher rank than this guy. Like, I'm pretty sure the game doesn't give us that. Let me look it up. It, it's just. Let's see. Uh, yeah, he's well. Wait. He says acting captain. Okay, or I guess I don't remember exactly the game being clear with like whether he's like a commanding officer. I don't think it is, but okay, here's what I remember. So like Surino is Shishido's boss. Okay, he's this higher up, and this guy talks to Surino like pretty casually. Like he's like kind of like friendly with him, which would imply that they're of like a similar rank. So like I feel like that's like indication. Okay, they're on like yeah, like they're a similar rank, so that's why they're more casual. So and Nishi, I keep mixing up the names. So Shishido is Surino's underlane, basically. So it isn't like I just don't know why you're assuming that Shishido is a higher rank than this random guy. We're given no indication that this is the case. I don't know. It's just a really weird assumption to make the story seem dumber when there's already like so much to criticize about it. Seems that the random Omi guy who pointed out Yoshido's backstory is a lower ranking member than he is when we're given no indication that this is the case. And if anything, we see him acting friendly and casual with Suruno, who is not who is Shishido's higher up. And that's at 32 minutes 16 seconds. I know that, like I said, there's no indication that Shishido's a higher ranking member than this guy, but also like he says, he has to like even if okay, even if we were to say this was how it was, you can't just like kill him without any repercussions, and he wants to like keep things like he doesn't want to bring like suspicion to himself or Surino before the disillusion. Like, even if this was like a weird thing to say to a higher up, why would you think you want to cause attention and like kill this guy? Maybe like get like angry at him, but like I said, we don't even know if he's as high, if Shishido's his higher up. This is just a complete assumption. Suggests that Shishido should have killed this guy. Okay, that's a lot to unpack. Let's just go. What do you? Okay, like expose about tragic things that happen off screen. I mean, not exactly. We see like, well, I don't just want to be like whataboutisms, like oh the other games did this, but this is like no. Trying to figure out how to say this. Like a lot of the games have like exposition dumps in order to like develop characters and stuff, and admittedly there is like a lot of them in Gaiden in order to like flesh out these characters, but I don't know, it feels like they're expressed pretty naturally. We sometimes get information like in like more subtle ways, or not subtle, like not through like direct exposition. Like you learn a decent amount of Shishido and how he feels about Kiryu from like his opening, their confrontation in the first chapter. And you can also see how like, yeah, sort of like a closer bond with the Watase family than Surino does, which is sort of like a subtle bit of foreshadowing for the fact that they're working to betray them. Like there's like bits there. This isn't just like all exposition, even if there's a lot of it. But even though that's like the main thing, I don't see how that's necessarily a bad thing. Like especially this is like a shorter game, so like obviously, well, so I'm trying to figure out how to say this. I forgot where I was going with that. But yeah, I don't really see like I don't get the criticism that's mostly just like exposition that these characters are developed. You still get like bits of them from like the scenes they're in, and like I'd say like it culminates like pretty well in like the final chapter where all these bits get like tied up pretty well. And then Gaiden's like a pretty short game, so I'd say like that ending, it's like a lot more important than the others. How would I say this? Sorry, I'm kind of rambling. Uh, a bit tired. Actually, I think maybe I should take like a break for now. I've been doing this for a few hours. Getting a bit hard to think. Okay, so tell you what, I'll rewind a little bit. I'll get back to this when I get back, but I think I do need to take a break. A bit tired. Uh, see, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that delay. Okay, the argument I was trying to make before that was like really struggling to come up with is that you could technically say that like yeah, like the scenes that like develop his character without like exposition are maybe a bit less than the villains in the other games, but it's also worth considering that Gaiden is like much shorter than most Yakuza games. So like the importance of like these smaller scenes is a lot more. Like these individual scenes are a lot more important when it comes to like the greater whole of his character. So I think that even if there's just like a couple scenes or like couple scenes of exposition, couple that aren't develop his character, I don't see how that's a problem. Especially when it's like a shorter game. Like you don't get as much screen time for his character. It's like you get a bit of both. I not like I'm not trying to like say like feeling like exposition is just like a good thing, and like it can get annoying in these games, but like it's like a mix of both. Like it's not just like mainly like exposition, like how Cvit is framing it. Uh, Looks like most of those scenes are. Well, let's see what he's. Check what he said again. Okay, okay. Is that the game doesn't have time to show you anything about these characters that it has to exposit about them. And I mean, yeah, like I said, I just don't. I feel like this isn't properly representing like the game. Like there's more than just exposition. Although I guess I'd also ask like well no. Well first I point out that like it's not even like a lot of this exposition comes up pretty like naturally. Like the thing about like Shishido revealing his past, like it's not only just he's revealing his past, it's very clearly because he like has like some respect for Kiryu and wants to emphasize he he wants to explain just how much he like sees Kiryu's position as like how much he how to say well like Shishido reveals his backstory to show like just how hard he had it and why he sees Kiryu's position as something so incredible that he would do anything to achieve, which is why he doesn't understand why Kiryu would run away from it, take on this different identity. Like it ties into that theme Cvit mentioned earlier about the characters like talking up like Kiryu's legend status without understanding the weight that status brings. Like this is like this exposition like emphasizes that theme pretty well, and it's like something he praised. So I don't know why he's criticizing this just because it's exposition. And comes like the other like exposition he's talking about, like yeah, like okay, with justifying killing Nishitani, like they just tricked Kiryu and like he's very mad. They want to give him a reason for why this is justified. Like yeah, this like it's exposition, but it's like justified in these cases. You just frame it as like an inherently negative thing. It's it's frustrating. Come on, like, what even most undercooked? That's like so many for that. I really don't understand how Nishitani is like that. Like, he's a simple character if that's what you mean, but we get a decent understanding of like his personality, and there's like a reason for why he's like important to the plot of the game. I mean, like, yeah, it's like he's like simple. I wouldn't call him like an amazing villain, but like he serves his role perfectly well. I don't see what the issue with him is. No character of his own. What are you? I feel like even people who like don't like him would say that isn't true. That it's just wrong. Like, I'm, I'm sorry. It's like it's actually kind of annoying me now. Like, I enjoy his character. I don't think he's like anything amazing, but saying he has like no character is actually just absurd. Says that Nishitani has no character outside of. You can say like it's a weak or an underdeveloped character, but he has a character. Like it's not debatable. Okay, it says no character of his own, which I still think is dumb. Uh, of his own kind of attachments to the original Nishitani. Because, like, yeah, there's the connection, but Nishitani the Third is not like the same character. Like, other than the most surface level, like, oh, they're horny and they use knives. Like, this one's like, from remembered, like, the original isn't like very, isn't like the most sadistic character. Well, it's like a pretty prominent part of Nishitani the Third's character. Like, not only having this coliseum where people fight to the death, but just how terribly he treated Shishido, the torture, the way he tortured a thug, and it's like the description of his torture of some Yakuza thug he punished. Like, it's very clear. He's like a very like sadistic person. He's also very like a bit like egocentric, thinks very highly of himself. Like, these are like traits of his character that like, okay, so I don't remember the original Nishitani too well. Maybe he could be like similar in these certain ways, but like this guy has a character. I don't know why he's acting like there's nothing to him besides like connections to another game. Yeah, like he's saying like he's describing his like plot relevance. He's not like no like he's describing his plot relevance while like criticizing his character. Like, or I guess he's saying like these are like the only things he has as character, but it's just not true. Wait, what? I Okay, so the two things that don't come up meaningfully, his connection to the original and being a Jingwon member. Okay. I guess like his connection to the first, like, yeah, there's similarities, but it isn't that important. Yeah, I guess I could agree. It wasn't like necessary that they make him a descendant of Nishitani. That's like agreeable. Nothing, but like his Sorry, I was saying, is Jing1 connection, I guess that one's also not that important. Like, Shishido mentions it to, like, Kiryu, I guess, sort of, like, hype him up. Like, say, like, why Nishitani would especially, like, consider him, like, want to kill him. But yeah, otherwise it doesn't come up that much. Yeah, I agree. Like, these connections to other games aren't necessary, but I don't see how that makes him a worse character. Like, he's a perfectly fine character. Uh, yeah, I guess I agree with that. So I'll write it down. Is that Nishitani's is Nishitani the third's connections to OG Nishitani and the Jing one barely matter. Just what side does he say? Okay, yeah. Is it they say don't come up or they barely come up? I guess I'm getting a bit anal, but I want to check. Yeah, they don't come up in a meaningful way. Yeah, like I said, I find that way more agreeable than like saying there's nothing to his character. Um, okay, so like humiliates him, that's a problem because like because it doesn't make him intimidating enough. I don't really know what you're talking about. Okay, it doesn't really talk about it. I guess yeah, like it makes him he gets beaten by Kiryu just because Kiryu's like really strong. I don't. If the point side this is like makes him seem like less of a threat. I don't know. Like I wouldn't say like I find him like threatening, but I don't know if that's an issue. I but he does want revenge on Kiryu. Like didn't don't they say like once he gets back that like the Kijin clan's after him? I'm pretty sure they actually say that. Let me check. Okay, so okay. All right. So after he leaves the castle, uh, okay, sorry, give me a second. Yeah, like Surano said, Nishitani sent his men after Kiryu. Like, I'm acting like he doesn't want revenge on him. Wait, let me just rewind that. Just make sure I'm not misrepresenting him. Okay. Says that Kiryu beating Nishitani should have been something he wanted revenge for as a matter of honor. I mean, that's why like sent his men after Nishitani. No, that's why Nishitani sent his men after Kiryu. That's why he did it. Ignoring how Nishitani sends his men after Kiryu following this. Be like the reason why it doesn't leave the castle immediately is that like I think it's safe to assume that like he values it a lot and he isn't like want to abandon it. Yeah, like okay, yeah, like Yusuno even says like the Kijin clan doesn't have their own turf. Like the current Kijin clan, they're kind of a new crew. So I guess that makes more sense why they would value the ship. It's like their like main source of power, basically. So it makes sense why Nishitani wouldn't just want to like abandon it. Like he even well, it's also because of selling the castle. We see that he does want like revenge on Kiryu in chapter 4. Like I just feel like he's ignoring a lot of details. Say like Nishitani doesn't want revenge or something. Yeah, he just ignores it. It's frustrating. I guess I'll add that to my point about him. Okay, and how he clearly wants to kill Kiryu during their conversation in chapter 4. Well, actually, no, I probably might have mentioned, like, it was more worth mentioning, like, as he says, like, because he didn't, maybe cites, like, how he doesn't leave the castle. And like I said, like, it's a very valuable asset I probably want to be there for. Like, it took him, like provoking, like, causing, like, a ruckus and defeating his men to, like, sort of, like, draw him out. Okay, I'll just take note of that. It's because he. It's because he initially doesn't leave the castle, then it's been established that it's an extremely valuable asset for the Kijin clan. No bearing on the plot. He's the leader of the clan that like is like the biggest opposition to the disillusion. Like okay, you can find that not interesting, fine, but he's important to the plot. Like like there's like valid criticisms being mentioned here, but the conclusion he's coming to is bizarre. That Tawny has no bearing on the plot, that him having a good performance made people think He is a great villain. Sorry, I'm just turning off my phone so don't get distracted. Okay. 3451. Okay. Okay. What? I don't. I just hear play this is so b- bizarre. Okay, he has to explain why he's super duper important. I get. I guess they're talking about the part like revealing like how like just how awful he was from like revealing just how awful he was like the torture backstory thing. Like you got like plenty, just like seeing like how like sadistic he is, his lack of regard for human life, the fact that that cares like so much about his position and would see the dissolution as a threat. He's like a power leader of this like decently powerful group of the Omi that would provide like a threat to its dissolution. Like there, there's like underbaked aspects. I agree with the Jingwan or his connection to original Nishitani. There's like plenty there to explain like why he's a threat. Like it's not. I just don't see. Oh my god, this is so annoying. I don't. Says that the game doesn't show him being villainous or explain why he's a threat to the disillusion rather than just saying it. I like. Do we need more than just saying like he's like a leader of like a he's a leader of one of the more like powerful groups in the Omi? Like I don't see why this isn't enough. Like there could be like a good criticism here. He just doesn't explain it. Okay, so it's the Ryan just telling the player they should hate him. He will be a problem. Okay. I remember that being like, yeah, the most like frustrating part. Like the story analysis, and yeah, it's still like very annoying. I remember the Daidoji part being like more agreeable because like, yeah, it's really stupid. So hopefully this is less painful. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Trying to think it might be the worst. Yeah, it might be. Just really incompetent and just also inconsistent. Like they're not even consistent in how they're like stupid. It's I think it's like the main reason for why I don't think this game has a good story. Like this is just like too prevalent while being so stupid. Okay, it doesn't lead to the orphans getting killed. Yeah, I guess like since like Kiryu's already out, they don't like. Well, yeah. I guess it doesn't make sense that they kind of like forgive him once he gets back. When they like just threatened to hit like the orphans before he left. Or, like, it's like the only excuse he could come up with is like Yoshimura was temporarily like his handler. When he comes back, it's Hanawa, but I still don't think that's like good enough. It doesn't provide an explanation why they just kind of let him off for that. Might be worth taking a note of actually. I don't know if I mentioned that in my script. Is that the Daidoji for some reason don't punish Kiryu for breaking out of the temple to save Hanawa. Yeah, that's something I agree with, for sure. Okay. This is I need to check. Like, okay, if he's talking, if the stretch of time includes like the second mandatory like Akame network, like the second time you have to level it up, then maybe okay it would be that long. But I'm pretty sure it isn't. Like if we're just talking about the time between what was it like breaking out of the temple meeting Surino? Let's check again. Okay, so okay, let's just say okay, he's talking about the everything after the you break out the you escape the temple to the fight with Cyrano. Okay, so that would be go check exactly what it was. Okay, so there's like a few minutes in chapter one after you escape. Okay, and then the time. Okay, so there's that first Akame network section. You do have to get it to like level 3 or 5, but like I said, that only takes like a few minutes. Then you have the thing with like people take advantage of the homeless, which is like yeah, it's only like maybe like 20-30 minutes. You also got like a few minutes to like give you introduce you to like the gadgets or like the new gadgets, and then you're the castle. Okay. Yeah, it's like right after the castle, you go back to save Hanawa. That's like 2 hours at most, or like no. I guess it depends how slow you are. It's like around 2 hours, let's say. But then, sorry, give me a second. I'm just opening up the video. Yeah, okay, 5 hours. Once again, I guess it's like close enough, but still feels like he's like overestimating. Like every time he's talking about how long these things take. Says that there's about 5 hours between uh Surano and Kiryu's meeting at Survive and the fight after Hanawa was tortured. Okay, I don't. Maybe this is a reference. I really don't know what he's talking about. There's a lot of these like references he makes in his video. Maybe they might be hilarious for some people. I don't find them very funny, but I also just don't know what he's talking about. It could also just be something else I'm overthinking it, but I just don't get the joke. Yeah, they're pretty stupid for that, but I've already gone over that, so I guess shouldn't repeat myself. Wait, sorry, what did I say again? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Uh, What? No, the Daidoji know he's Kiryu. I don't think that's like a. I think that's like more well known around the Daidoji. That seems to be consistent. We just Hanawa inexplicably thinks that the people at the shipyard don't know who he is, but like I don't know why you're assuming like these like people in the room aren't allowed to know. Uh, okay. Says that the Daidoji care about getting rid of witnesses, but don't mention the Seryu clan. Mention the Seryu clan thugs, or the Daidoji agents in the room. I agree with the first one, but don't know why you're assuming that these agents shouldn't be that these agents wouldn't be allowed to know about this. What? I, they don't. It's not like they care that. Yes, it's stupid that Hanua didn't know that the guy knew Kiryu's identity, but that's not. In, in it doesn't make sense for his character, but otherwise, it seems like plenty of the Daidoji know Kiryu's name and have been like directly involved. Some have been involved in faking his death, so they have reason to know it. Like, I don't know why you're seeing this. And you're saying like he got what was coming to him. I think you're just talking about like picking a fight with Kiryu. I don't know why you're. I don't know what you're trying to say. I mean, I don't. I think it's valid to point out like logical inconsistencies. I just don't get some of the ones you're making. Yeah, it's. I think this is like probably like the worst scene in the game. Like besides just being like bizarre tonally, just these games are normally good at balancing tones, but the way it just goes back and forth between them is like extremely jarring. But it also just like adds to the Daidoji incompetence where they're like, okay, so suddenly they're fine with just being paid off to like hire Kiryu to these yakuza, even though they're worried about them like knowing Kiryu's identity. Apparently, they can just get paid off and they don't care anymore. That doesn't make much sense. But then the fact that like they actually loaded Hanawa's gun, I mean, it would risk just like they would risk like killing Kiryu, meaning that the deal wouldn't even work. Like, it's just so stupid. Yeah, it's like I think it's the worst scene in the game, but by far. I seriously, I don't know what these references are. It just keeps. I don't get the joke. It's just annoying. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I could have easily turned it around. Man, that yeah, this keeps getting worse. Might take note of that. Not only has Hanawa been established as very loyal to the Daidoji, but even if he chose Kiryu's not to kill Kiryu, he could have turned it around and shot at the Daidoji. Well, I mean, I guess like it's possible that the others had bullets, but Yoshimura not having one, that alone's like pretty risky. It might be worth mentioning. Shot Yoshimura while he doesn't have any bullets. Within earshot. What? He's literally like hundreds of feet away from him. Like, okay, I need to play it again. What? Okay, like they're not in earshot. Like the only reason they can hear each other is because the Kijin guy brought over the walkie-talkie. And like being within sight, that doesn't really change anything. Like yeah, it's probably not a good idea for Suno to bring Kiryu here, but this idea that like being within what was sight? What do you say? Within earshot direct line of sight. Like he's acting like this is like the problem with this scene and not that Surano decided that like he had to have this meeting here with Kiryu. Like because like the reason they get like Nishitani they get why Kiryu gets attacked by Nishitani is like completely unrelated to that as because Suno decided to bring Kiryu here. Like he's like close to actually mentioning an issue, but he just brings this completely bizarre one. Says that Nishitani says that Surno and Kiryu had this conversation about stopping Nishitani within a direct line of sight. Because, like I said, like, he's not within earshot, and being within line of sight doesn't actually mean anything. Like, Like, okay, he sees them talking. What is he? What is he determined from that? I don't. But there's like no one right next. Like, I think it shows like the shot, right? Like, I'm wait, no, okay, you can't really see it from here. Let me bring it up. The scene on YouTube. Okay, wait, no, it's chapter 3. It shows the wrong one. Um, okay. Okay, yeah, like when they're actually talking, there's like no one right next to them. Like the pool isn't even that like crowded. There's like a couple people, but they're like a good distance from them. Like I don't think we even see any like Kijin guys until the one delivering the walkie-talkie comes up, and that's like so like okay, either they're not even there at this point or they're just not close enough for it to be concerned. And like I said, this isn't the problem with the scene. It's that Surino brought Kiryu here to have this conversation when they easily could have added somewhere else. And then the fact that like Nishitani's like curious about him, that just piques his curiosity while he's like talking with Suruno. Like that's like he's so close to like bringing up like a genuine issue with this scene, but he's just completely off. Okay. Sorry, let me just open up the video. Actually playing again. Okay, no, he says like the pool is filled with waiters. It's literally just the one guy right now, and the waiters show up after they have the after Suruno talks with Nishitani. Like it's not what happens. It says that the pool is full of waiters when there's none for most of the conversation. One that shows up to give the walkie-talkie, and a group only shows up once Surino finishes talking with Nishitani. They're not. They're not even talking that loudly. Like, let me check this scene. He has like a normal speaking voice. Like, they're not. It, let me sure I'm getting the wording correctly. But yeah, it says they're going very loudly. It's just not accurate. It's that Kiryu and Surino are talking about this very loudly when they are at a regular at a regular speaking volume. What? It, okay, I get comedy's subjective, but why is it funny? I don't understand. It's just because it's a recap? Is that so amusing? I don't like. Okay, it's not actually a point. He's just saying like he found it funny, but I literally have no idea what's supposed to be funny about it. Okay, it also says the worst cutscene in the game. Okay, it says that the montage leading up to the disillusion is the worst cutscene in the game and made him made him burst out laughing, but doesn't explain why. I it's not it's like really quick. Like I need to check because actually I feel like it's like really brief. I'm like telling him about Ichiban. I'm like I don't know what to tell you. Like it makes sense that he'd let him know about this since like he's like a valuable become a valuable asset to the disillusion. It's pretty short. Like let me check. I'm pretty sure it's not that long. Okay. Okay, after they get the dialogue choice. Okay, so yeah, we do get the okay, there's a bit more. We do get the explanation for how Arakawa sold out. He betrayed the Tojo for the Omi. He shot Ichiban. Yeah, we get that. But like, I don't see why. I get. Sorry. Well, once again, he's just saying the issues because like exposition, but I don't see why this is a problem. Like that alone. Like, it's not even that long. Even like, okay, there's a bit more than I mentioned. It's only like a minute or two. And like, it's to explain like why like Ichiban is there, why also like Arakawa's involvement. Like, yeah, I just don't see the issue. Yeah, it just doesn't explain. Okay, I remember this also. Sorry, I think it broke up a bit, but yeah, I remember this also, this complaint of his, and okay, once again, I'm gonna check the scene just to see if they're talking that loudly, even though I'm pretty confident that they aren't. I'm just gonna double check. Uh, Sorry, I have to skim through. Uh, okay, Watase arrives. Um, okay, it's it's hard to tell, because like Watase does sound a bit loud, but Kiryu is still like speaking normal volume. Could just be an issue, like they sound like louder than they are. It's hard to say. Like I still think like the implication is that they're trying like they're having this conversation on their own, but then Shishido records it directly. But then there is still like the confusing thing of like, were these guys, did they know the entire time? Was wait, actually no. Let me replay the scene just to make sure I'm getting everything right. Okay, so they have the conversation. Yeah, maybe sounds like Watase's being a bit loud, but it could also just be an issue with audio balancing. Yeah, it's like worth like criticizing, but I guess still like not. I was trying to figure out how to say it. Yeah. Okay, sorry, replaying the scene again. Uh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, I could say it sounds like Watase sound talking a bit too loud, but pretty sure takeaway is supposed to be that this is like a conversation between themselves. I don't know if that's alone is proof like, oh, they're saying this all out loud. And cuz like yeah, like it's only like sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to say this. Cuz like okay, no. I guess what I'm trying to say is like, yeah, it's kind of jarring from like the audio, but also trying to make it out to be like an issue like the characters, I guess. Okay. Yeah, let me just keep playing a bit longer, just see what he says. Okay, wait. Okay, moves on. Let me just play again. Yeah, okay, saying that both of them are talking loudly, that Kiryu and Watase are talking loudly about the plan in front of the Watase family. Because like, they're also like a decent distance away, and like, yeah, it's like, yeah, okay, there's like a decent distance between them, and Watase sounds, yeah, sounds like a bit louder than Kiryu, but it's not enough that like, I don't, I don't know, yeah, it's just like, doesn't feel like that substantive? I don't know. Uh, I, okay, like saying he's like a good isn't a good character when you haven't proved it. Like, like yeah, like maybe could have tightened up the story a bit, combining these characters, may give like the betrayal a bit more weight. Maybe that could have worked, but like saying he's not a good character because they didn't do that, it's just it's annoying, especially when I haven't really done a good job substantiating why he's not actually a good character. It's uh, oh, okay. Okay, okay. I remember this point. It's gonna be another can of worms. I'm just gonna check. Voices is right that they're just repeating themselves. Okay. I know. I remember that. Okay, so you get Shishido's explanation. Like the initial betrayal. Then Nishitani arrives. Like they explain Shishido's plan and like why Shishido decided to work for why he sided with Nishitani, basically. Like the investment he has in like keeping the Yakuza alive, basically. And then yeah, Nishitani yeah, he just explains like his anger for being like betrayed by Watase. Uh yeah, there's like a bit of something there where like he's especially angry because of like the things he has to do, like maintain like Watase's like clean image. Like there's something there that like you didn't mention when talking about Nishitani, saying there's nothing to him. Like these aren't like super deep character traits, but there's things there with these characters I just is kind of overlooking. Okay, but yeah, the point is they're not really repeating themselves. There's like a lot of information, and like, yeah. says that the cutscene in the construction site just has Nishitani and Shishido repeating themselves, when in reality they provide a lot of information involving their plans and motives. Like, yeah, like, it's long. Like, you can criticize aspects of it you want to, but this is just not true. But then there's this next point, which is just really annoying. Okay, guys, going so fast. Okay, that's like the core issue. Well, let's talk about what else he says. Okay, he criticizes the plan because why? God, he's just talking so fast, but also not explaining these things. Okay, as a criticism saying, okay, instead of like working against Nishitani, he comes with this convoluted plan. Doesn't explain why that's bad. Okay. Doesn't explain why the fake stabbing plan is bad. Okay, I had questions like why he has like an eye patch, and like, yeah, that isn't really explained. So questions why he has an eye patch. Okay, yeah, but let's get to like the core issue, which is where I'll talk about what I mentioned earlier, or like a minute ago, actually. I Jesus Christ, this is so tiresome. Where to even start? Okay, I guess okay, main thing, saying that like his only trait throughout like the last few chapters, I don't know what exactly he said, is that he hates Nishitani and wants him dead. No, if anything, the game shows him as like unusually like respectful sort towards Nishitani, despite what he put him through. Like, I don't see how this like is defining trait, where even like where he says like this is like Nishitani got off too easy with how he died in chapter 4. It's like the only thing we get, and like most of it he's like acting respectful towards him. Like, it's not like a prevalent aspect of his character. Okay, that's like the first issue. Oh, it says that Shishido's only trait for most of the game is hating Nishitani and wanting him dead. I also just find that bizarre, like, his only trait when, like, how much, like, he values, like, the Yakuza and, like, how it's given him, like, a better life than the hell he went through and why he wants to keep this life rather than letting the Yakuza die. That's, like, very clearly, like, the core thing with his character. And okay, no, even before the reveal, okay, he doesn't want the dissolution to happen. His like reverence for the Yakuza and like the position Kiri was once in, that's like very prevalent to his character. Like, this is just straight up wrong. I don't know what to say. And skip a bit ahead. I They explain this like uh, okay, like yeah, it doesn't make it explicit like his feelings about Nishitani, but you can sort of like pick it up. Like for one thing, he's okay. It's like putting on an act for most of the game, hiding his true intentions, but like wait, no, it's just okay. No, sorry. Let's just go to the main thing. Okay, the Kijin clan, like the game establishes, is like pretty powerful. They're like the most significant threat to the Omi's dissolution. Like the way Shishido sees it, this is like the best option he has as like possibly like stopping this. Like so like even if he doesn't like Nishitani, like which based on like okay, sorry, I'm just blanking out. Let me figure out how to say this. Okay. Game makes it very clear that like the Kijin clan is like very powerful, that they provide a threat to the Omi's dissolution, and that Shishido realized this is like the best option he has for like stopping the dissolution from happening. And like even if we get indications that he doesn't like Nishitani, mostly like the scene after he, like fake kills him and the ending scene where he seems like horrified just at the idea of having to like deal with him again, basically with like the Daidoji. Like there's indications that Shishido doesn't like him, but that he sees him as like necessary for like his goal of preventing the Yakuza from dying. Like it's very clear. Like, I'm just gonna note that also ignores how the Kijin clan is very powerful and that Shishido saw it as the best option he had for stopping the disillusion. Okay, I remember saying something else like right after this also was just dumb. Okay. Oh god. Did Okay, the point of his character is like even when like he's lost like let's see, even when he's like at his lowest point where he lost like even when like this main plan has gone wrong that like the one clan that could have like really helped him stop the disillusion has been defeated. There's still like the whole point of like him showing up like at the Omi and like rallying up the guys. It's like a desperate last stand. Like this isn't like his plan A. That was to his plan A was to get Nishitani and the Kijins help to stop the disillusion. But now that didn't work. He's desperate. He's trying to rally them up and he's giving it all to fight these guys who are trying to bring the disillusion. Like is saying like, oh, he fought them all single handedly. He blocked like two of them trying to like push him. Like, okay, he blocked like Majima's knife, sort of like it went through his hand, but he's holding it in place, and he like briefly like what was it like not hold down Saijima. I they literally they're basically just not able to like overpower him for like a brief moment. That's not proof like he could take them all himself. It's just bizarre. It says that Shishido didn't need the manpower as he could have just taken on all of the legacy. Is what you call. Strong enough to take on every major character at the same time. Yeah, like, okay, for one thing, it's only like two of them, and he isn't like taking them on. They're just like struggle against him for a brief moment, but then they don't really keep fighting. Only is he only challenging Majima and Saijima in the scene he's showing, but all we see is a brief moment where they aren't able to overpower him, and then they don't actually fight. It's... I okay. He's saying like okay, like he criticizes the twist for being predictable. Why is that necessarily a bad thing? Like it can be unsatisfying, I guess, if sometimes it's like way too obvious. But then there's like that can also be indication of like that the story up leading up to the twist was handled so well that you can like put the pieces together and it makes sense. Like he's just framing as like the twist was predictable beforehand as like an inherently bad thing. frames the twist being predictable as an inherently bad thing. It wasn't even saying. Make it so he has no reason to stop you. Jesus Christ. Like, okay, this doesn't even feel like the point he's making. The point is that it doesn't make sense he would team up with Nishitani. Now it doesn't make sense that he would want to stop you. When he just said, like, he could just carry through with this plan without helping Nishitani, he's just... It's not even being consistent with himself. Says that Shishido is someone who has no reason to stop Kiryu. I guess stop you, it doesn't really matter, but until he suddenly wants to in this exact cutscene. Yeah, I really don't think he understood Shishido's character, like thinking that all of this is just completely out of left field when it was being set up from like, well, I guess maybe not so much like the initial scene at the docks. We don't get too much about him, but like from like his fight with Kiryu, we're getting like bits of information, like who he is, like the respect he has for Kiryu and like his position. Like, this is like totally consistent with his character. I have no idea what he's talking about. I guess I'll also add, which feels at odds with his own point that Shishido could have continued the plan without Nishitani and seemed to be making a point about how the issue is with teaming up with Nishitani. I, okay, so you do understand it, but it doesn't matter because you said so. Like, I don't know what to tell you. This was like built up. Like, okay, we don't get like no, like this is. I don't know what to say. This like was built up. I've talked about how it's built up, why it's consistent with this character. But, like, you're just not explaining this. Like, why it's a bad twist very well. Like, Okay, so it's fine to be different, or no, it's fine to be predictable, but not in this case for some reason. Like, okay, like yeah, like fine, like it's predictable. I'm not disagreeing with that, but he just isn't. He isn't arguing well for why this is a bad twist or that's inconsistent with his character. He even seems to be changing like the point he makes depending on like which sentence with this specific topic. It's really confusing. Wait. But oh, it doesn't say much. Like explores the themes in one, but like the way the twist for this game, it's also relevant to the themes. Like, what? I don't even know what point he's making. Like, he says like, okay, two also like builds upon the themes of one, but that makes it better. Maybe I don't even know. But then he says that I there's like there's so much of that in Yakuza 2, like the last minute reveals of like was actually happening. Like there's just like all like the Jingwon reveals and like Takashima's betrayal. Like like there's like so much like of that. Like okay, maybe not directly with Kiryu and Ryuji, but it's like very relevant. I mean, it's basically reason why they're bleeding out to death in this fight. Like okay, say praises Yakuza 2's ending with Ryuji. Oh, no, is it? Okay. For taking the same outline and. What does he say? Exploring facets of the themes set up in one. And that you don't need last minute twists or conspiracies about what's really going on. Ignoring how Yakuza 2 does just this, except much worse if we're just comparing the Shishido reveal and the reveals with the Jingwon and Takashima. I okay, time about Lost Judgment Snipe. Okay, I don't. We're even talking about the conspiracy makes his position makes him seem dumb. Okay, Can you replace again? This is so confusing. Okay, says that Lost Judgment's emphasis on government conspiracies leads to making Yagami seem stupid. Like, okay, it's talking about is like the Sawa Sensei thing, like how that's his main that that's like the main topic of his argumentation, basically. And but that doesn't have to do with the government conspiracies, really. It's very simple. Like, I don't know why you're attributing it to the. I don't know. Okay, at least it seems stupid in the context of his Sawa Sensei argument when they're unrelated and he doesn't draw a connection between them. Like, okay, this video isn't about Lost Judgment, but he's making this bizarre connection without explaining it. Ignoring the bigger picture. I don't. He doesn't. Jeez. I don't get what is coming from that. He's like ignoring all like the nuance and context of the conversation. He still thinks that like it doesn't justify murder or basically letting this character's death like make it so that no one will find the truth and they won't get justice. Like ignoring larger context. Okay, so yeah, it's more simple. He doesn't have to go on a long monologue to explain it like Kuwana does, but like that doesn't make it less valid. Like, okay, like yeah, find it less interesting. That's fine, but then you're saying he's stupid, that he's only ignoring the context of the situation. It's just a bizarre misunderstanding of the conflict. I'm like, this isn't even to invalidate like Kuwana's perspective. I think there's a lot of good points he makes. But yeah, this is just such a bizarre oversimplification of, or not just misrepresentation of the main moral conflict in Lost Judgment. God. Like, I guess I got a new chat. Thoughts on Yakuza Kiwami 3? Yeah, I'm not sure about based on what I've seen of it, I'm kind of mixed. Like some things look good, some things I'm not as interested on. And the fact that like, well, the whole thing with Teruyuki Kagawa, like them hiring him despite being a sex offender, that it's a big turnoff, but so yeah, for that, I'm not sure if I'll play the game. Yeah, I'm not that interested in it. Okay, let's get back to that. Man, I do need to do a Lost Judgment video at some point because it's not a perfect story. I don't think its story is anything is amazing, but I do take issue with a lot of like the criticisms made against it. When I think like it's like so much better than like almost all of the Yakuza plots, and I there's stuff to criticize, but I do think it gets like undeserved slack in a lot of areas, and I especially think that with Yagami's like position, even if I have my issues. So yeah, it's frustrating, but I'll might get to that in a future streamer video. I am gonna buy it, the game used so RGG doesn't get the money. Um, well, are they doing like physical releases of it? I don't actually know. Uh, if they did, yeah, I guess you could get used, but that depends. Okay, I guess technically Lost Judgment will also take note of it. Says that Yagami's position. Let's make sure. That Yagami's position has him the ignoring the bigger picture. And says that people pick apart his argumentation easily. I also feel like, yeah, it's the vast oversimplification of what's actually going on. Like, okay, people pointed out he's wrong. The main thing I can think of is Kiwana saying, like, I don't think you have, like how he doesn't have, like, any other reason to oppose him. And, like, okay, yeah, the game is aware this is his main point of, like, arguing against them. But, like, it's also because it's one that they can't really refute, that, like, a moral level, basically. Like, I think it's worth considering that, like, Yagami does, like, sympathize with some of these people and, like, makes them want to see, like, wants them to see the error of their ways, basically. So he's doing, like, he's not just like, I see. So he's focusing on, like, the one, like, I guess, like, argument that they can't really refute, basically, and one that's, like, very consistent with his characterization, not liking, like, people basically getting killed and not getting justice, basically getting used for some larger scheme. Like, basically what happened with, like, the, I forgot what it's called, but it's like the dementia uh cure and judgment, like, that like he, like, okay, like, yeah, it's, like, simpler than Kuwana's position, but it's also not wrong. Like, it just feels like bizarre oversimplification of, like, a pretty interesting moral dilemma or, like, conflict in this game. But yeah, I think that's all I have to write about it. Like, it's just kind of ignoring the context of what one of the best parts of Lost Judgment, basically. Okay, that's done with Lost Judgment. Try to think what else to say. But yeah, yeah, just not. I get this isn't the main focus of this video, but just a very poor way to criticize Yagami and Lost Judgment. Like, maybe if you went more into detail, I'd find it less disagreeable, but this is just so poorly argued. Okay, so what? He's acknowledging that story, like, being predictable isn't necessarily bad. Oh, well, no, he said that he admitted that, but then he just says it doesn't matter for this game, or, like, that doesn't count for this game, basically. Yeah, that's what the game does with this twist. I don't know what to tell you. Wait, that Lost Judgment part was in this video? Yeah, yeah, it was. He hasn't done like a dedicated video of it. I guess he just mentioned it in this, but yeah, I just think it's like a very poor argument against that aspect of Lost Judgment, basically. Yeah, it's like a bit of a diversion, I guess, from Gaiden, but I, I really like Lost Judgment. I want to defend it, where I feel like he was giving it undeserved slack. So yeah. Okay, wait. What is he stuck in them while trying to escape them? What? Trying to escape them. I guess I can agree, but he hasn't really explained the latter part. And I just don't think you've done a good job explaining why, like, the Shishido twist is bad. Wait, seem bad because he couldn't protect Watase? I don't know if I agree with that. Like, I- okay, sorry, I'm gonna check it again just to make sure I'm getting this right, but I don't think. Isn't the point that Watase was closer and that they kind of just got surprised? I don't see the issue. Or like how this like makes Kiryu like stupid. I don't know. Okay. Okay, see, I was like very far from Nishitani. Like, what? Okay, so yeah, they already showed. Okay, like Kiryu just knocked Shishido into the pit. Nishitani is seemingly down and only like gets up to like attack Surino. So he just like basically like plays dead and catches him off guard. So yeah, like it's don't see the issue. Okay. What are your thoughts on Gaiden? I I really like Gaiden, but I can also like acknowledge there's like a ton of issues with like story and gameplay. Like but I just like disagree like so many of Cvit's points. Like there's even like issues with like the story that I have that he doesn't even mention in this video. Like especially like one I have issues with is like Surino's plan basically. Like there's a lot of parts where I feel like he could have done something differently or makes a sort of like dumb decision that ends up creating conflict. Like I have like I have like a lot of issues with the game's story and like some of them he doesn't even mention. And then the ones he does are like very hit or miss. So yeah. I I do think Gaiden's like a mixed bag of a game. I think a lot of his criticisms are right, but there's some really bad ones also. Okay. Let me just replay this. So I'm gonna write down. Calls Kiryu incompetent for not being able to stop Watase from getting stabbed when he just knocked Shishido into the pit. Nishitani was playing dead. Nishitani was playing dead, and he caught Suruno off guard. Also, Kiryu is farther away from Suruno than Watase, even if he realized right away. To be fair, he probably had a hard time making full-on analysis since he had a car accident. Him making the Yakuza retrospectives proves he could have done better. I'm pretty sure his like car accident was like okay, so the actual guidance section, like that was like before, but then after was what led to after that, then he made like the infinite wealth section, which is at the end of the video. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. And I mean, okay, like I'm not sure if that lines up. Maybe it does, but even then, like I'd still point that was like an issue of like the video. Like, yeah, maybe I'd be like more forgiving, but I'd still think, okay, he didn't explain this well, or that point doesn't make sense. Yeah, I'm okay. We'll see when we get to the end. Like if like okay, if he made this like I guess like following the car crash, but even then, I don't necessarily think that's an excuse for like the issues. Like I feel like I want I don't know like but yeah I don't think that's the case. I would still like criticize the video even if that was the case, but let's just wait until we see. I mean, it doesn't even really explain that because like he's shown fighting it during the Gaiden version of the Disillusion, so not really. It's still like something that we don't. It doesn't have that much bearing on the story. I like I said, you haven't really explained why stuff like the scenes leading up to it, like this, why the scenes leading up to this final boss fight don't work, and like this feels like surface level saying like it's cool. That's the reason why people like him, while ignoring the context, all the information we got about his character that led up to this ending. I mean, I guess he could be including this in the final boss, but he doesn't even talk about the scene right before where he like rallies up the Omi in this sort of like last stand. Like he just this feels really surface level like praise and ignoring the aspects that are actually done well in this game. Like there's a lot to criticize, but I don't think he's done a good job at criticizing Shishido. I mean, all you're doing is just saying he could explain things better, and that's it, unless you completely disagree with something he said. Not sure. I don't. What? All you do is say. I don't. I'm not really sure how to respond to that. I guess, are you saying that like I'm criticizing his points, but that I'm not I'm also not. I don't. I spent like a lot of time explaining this, like my issues with like his points about Shishido. Like I've gone through them like throughout. Like part of the reason that like I'm not just like repeating my, well, I'm not saying it now is I've already gone through a lot of these things. Like I talked about his points about like his exposition dumps, his character, about how like he supposedly doesn't have much characterization outside of these when that's not true. I talked about his the scene in the construction yard, why it makes sense for his characterization. I've talked about these things. I'm not really sure what you're talking about, unless you just weren't here for that. Okay, just making sure. Okay, I guess that explains it. But yeah, maybe you could probably just ask instead of like immediately assuming that I just didn't elaborate myself. Like you could just asked me, like say like, hey, did you talk about this and when? And I could have said, but okay, whatever. Since most of the time I was here, you were just saying he could have explained this point better. Um, okay, like yeah, I get that misunderstanding, but like, oh, if you're there's like these streams are long, there's probably like could have easily missed like a decent amount if you were gone for a bit. So like, yeah, you can just like ask like, hey, did you talk about this and when? And I could even like, yeah, I can like just like clear it up if you ask. Like, you don't need to jump to assumptions. Okay, wait. I remember him elaborating more on like the comparison with five and why five supposedly does it better. I think he goes over that in a bit, but now he's just saying like, okay, Aizawa I guess is better because the game spends more time developing the theme of dreams. I mean, okay, so there's more time to like develop this theme which he's embodies, but like, are we gonna talk? Well, no, I do know he talks about like, yeah, actually, no, never mind. I'll just keep laying it plain. I'm sure he gets to it soon. Wait, does he not? Uh, Wait a minute. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly like I'll get back to this, but I want to briefly go ahead see does he talk more about it? Because I'm pretty confident he does. Uh, wait, is that it? Okay, I guess for now I'll just write it as like how it is here, unless he brings something else up. Okay. Implies that Izawa's fight is just a. Okay, wait. Joe says, yeah, I worded it kind of like a dickhead. I didn't mean to sound like I was making an assumption, but that's my fault. Oh, so yeah, people seem to compare Shishido a lot to Aizawa. I mean, yeah, it's fine. It's just like a misunderstanding. Yeah, it was just a misunderstanding. It's all good. But yeah, there's seemingly a lot of comparisons Shishido and Aizawa, and I kind of see it. Like I guess like last minute twist boss who's like kind of unimportant and but actually I'm trying to think like what other similarities. I mean, I guess there's a thing like fighting for the sake of like some dream. That's like a pretty prevalent similarity. I guess people mostly compare him as like a last minute twist villain that's actually done well. And for Shishido, and I think I would agree, like regardless of like themes, like Shishido is just like a much better character than Aizawa. Yeah, I don't know if Cvit talks about that. I remember him doing that, but I might be wrong. Okay, I guess just write this down. Is better than Shishido's because it's building off of I guess like embodies the theme of dreams set up by the game prior with no mention of his actual characterization, which I do find a bit strange since how do I say it? His main criticism of Shishido like doesn't seem to be the themes but his characterization. Meanwhile, he's like praising the Aizawa fight for its themes while not really acknowledging the characterization issues there. Like it just feels like he's saying one fight is better than the other, but for like while comparing different aspects, kind of. I maybe if he went more into detail about it, like it would make more sense, but kind of seems like he's comparing these fights for like different things a little bit. But once again, I thought I went into more detail than he does, so it might just be maybe he talked about in a different video and I don't remember, but let's see. Wait, what? What does he mean explain it away? Um, okay, that like disappeared, I guess. That's what he's talking about. I don't know. I don't do we go back to it later? Like we only I don't think the castle really comes up again after that. And only in the sense like you can go back to it as part of the side content, but I don't really know what he's saying here. This fight's cool, but I barely felt any impact with Shishido's character since he couldn't get any time to get fleshed out more since this was a Gaiden game. Uh, okay, like not really much impact. Yeah, I guess I get that. And like, yeah, like an ideal world, I would have liked to see these aspects of his character like developed over like a longer period, just to give us a bit more. But I still think the character got is like adequate. Like we gradually get like bits and bits of his character, like each of his scenes. It culminates in like a twist that maybe is a bit predictable but makes sense. And the whole like final fight with Kiryu just ties up his story really nicely. Like it's short, but like I still think what we get is like pretty adequate. I can understand not feeling like too emotionally invested in it because of how short it is. But I still think, like I said, it's like adequate. Like it's, I think he's like a still like a good character. Even it if I wish he was in like a much better story than Gaiden. And yeah, that's how I feel. This game was hurt. This game was hurt due to its short development. Yeah, I can see that. Like the unpolished aspects of the gameplay, but then the story feeling rushed. I mean, a lot of the Yakuza plots feel pretty rushed, but this one, like, yeah, I can especially see why this one was done like a short time frame. Like even how much shorter it is, it still feels like aspects are underbaked or relies on some really weak writing to make the plot progress in the way it does. Sorry, I'm gonna rewind a bit. In my eyes, the story picked up heavily towards the end, which sucks. Whatever was before, it didn't feel like much really. I I I feel mixed about what came before because that's like all like the big issues I have with the game. But then there's like moments of good stuff. Like you do get like the characterization for Shishido that makes his like conclusion really land, and then you do get bits that like sort of explore like Kiryu's headspace, how he feels after all he went through, like sort of like the ideas of like legacy and stuff like that. Like there's like bits that are like good, but surrounded by just like a really messy plot. Um so it's not without redeeming aspects, but it also has all of the stupid stuff that brings it down. Um I mean, if we're just talking about for like okay, like in terms of like build it in terms of like providing context for like 7, like okay, yeah, you could get rid of most of this, but then like the plot points are like I said, like Shishido, like you need all that build up for like the conclusion of his arc to work, like to like make sense basically. And but yeah, I will admit, like I do think there's like good stuff leading up to it, but a lot of it like could have been removed in the grand scheme of things, especially like the hindsight of infinite wealth, that a lot of it doesn't really matter or is outright contradicted. Like it could turn out in the future that like they'll get followed up on, but like right now it doesn't feel like a lot of it was necessary, even if I think like there's redeeming aspects. Okay, I just let all of that play out because like yeah, I was like frustrated with the game. That's fine. I get it. I but yeah, there's problems that like I disagree with a lot of the points you used to justify like issues with the game. Like not to say I've agreed with like quite a bit. I think this is more of like a mixed bag rather than a video I outright disagree with. But yeah, I just find it a bit frustrating because of those points I don't agree with. So, and that's for a thing. Like, yeah, like the developers not wanting to let Kiryu go. It's like a consistent issue with the last couple games. It's like especially like feels like stretched out with like the well, we can't hear the video. What? Oh, it might have. Sorry, let me fix that. Uh, restart capture. Okay.
Oh, that
Okay, it's working now. Let me check how long that was. Uh, how long it was going on for. Give me a second. Okay. It looks like I was going for a bit. Like, how long was this going on for? God, I think I missed a lot. Or like a lot of it was muted. I mean, God, Jesus, this was for so long. God. Oh my God. Why did no one tell me this is going on for like over an hour? It's more like 2 hours at this point. Jesus. Wait, this has been going on for like the whole stream? Jesus. Okay. Oh my God. Why did no one tell me this was going on for like the whole thing? Jesus. That's okay. I mean, okay, I guess it makes it good. That was planning to I was thinking for this one afterwards I could do like a sort of highlight reel basically where I like condense my main arguments into a video and show clips from the video basically. Just so it's like a more like digestible format. Yeah, I think I'll have to do it just to make this watchable. Like, Jesus. Okay. Okay. I guess there's still like my commentary, but it's just long sections of silence. That's that's really awkward. I thought it was a style thing. What? I mean, no, it wasn't a style thing. But I guess that's what most people thought. Ah, damn. Okay. Let me just see if it's playing. Okay, yeah. The audio's working now, but yeah, God, yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to do like a highlight reel just so this is watchable afterwards, because Jesus. Um, okay. Well, I guess that brings us to like this is mostly gonna be his infinite wealth section, which is like the only part that is in Gaiden, and that part will have audio. All right. Sorry about that. I should have been paying attention, but to OBS. Wait, it's happening again. What? I don't. Okay. Restart.
Let go of Kiryu. They keep walking back his final goodbye because they are so scared.
Maybe let's try like a different audio capture. Maybe that will work better. Uh. Okay, wait, let me just check my settings, make sure I'm not messing anything up. Uh. Okay, delete that. Wait, no, I don't think I can do that. No, it's the wrong thing. Okay. I might need to find something other than OBS at this point, because, like, the audio capture thing just seems to be really unreliable. Like when I was doing like a stream with like another person, I kept having a problem where like it disconnected and like wasn't recording the Discord call. Like I don't. This is like really annoying. But what can I do? I guess like this might. Hmm. I was thinking like maybe next time I'll like do the video in like OBS, but like the problem is that the UI for controlling is really bad. So, I'll have to figure something out, but yeah, this setup is pretty unreliable. Okay. Just...
And thematically, they've built
Okay. Let's just get back to it. Hopefully it doesn't break again.
up for all of these years. All so Kiryu could have his final goodbye for the third time, and then have his final goodbye for the fourth time with infinite wealth. Like this whole game's narrative, Yakuza, the series, has been unable to let go of Kiryu. They keep walking back his final goodbye because they are so scared to let him go. They were so scared to let him go that they couldn't even keep it in their pants enough to
Okay, so yeah, I agree. Pretty consistent issue that like they can't let him go. Like, yeah, especially like feels like it's really coming frustrating with Infinite Wealth, which is depicted as like the most like fine with like the most finality, yet it still kind of ends with like a to be continued. It's pretty ridiculous at this point.
not have Kiryu in the promotional material and on the front of the box of Yakuza fucking 4 to make the reveal that he's still alive once you play Saejima and wash up on the beach and completely take away all the impact that scene could have possibly fucking had. That's how scared they are. That's how scared they are of letting go of Kiryu. They couldn't
They wait, what?
to let him go that they couldn't even keep it in their pants enough to not have Kiryu in the promotional material and on the front of the box of Yakuza fucking 4 to make the reveal that he's still alive once you play Saejima.
The reveal that he's still alive. They reveal that in 3 with the post-credits scene. What are you talking about?
And wash up on the beach and completely take away all the impact that scene could have possibly fucking had. That's how scared they are.
Okay, now it's
That's how scared they are of letting go of Kiryu. They couldn't even let Yakuza 3 fucking end on a cliffhanger that Kiryu was stabbed by Hamazaki. They had to have an after credit sequence that showed he was completely fine and bandaged up. I'm completely fine with change. And
okay, so like you point out that they reveal it at the end that he's still alive, yet he criticized 4 for revealing early that he's still alive? What? I'm very confused. Criticizes for revealing in promotional material and in the cover. Still alive after being stabbed, even though it was revealed in 3's post-credit scene, which he even mentions right after. Yeah, not a Gaiden thing, but very strange. Okay. Sorry, let me get back.
it perfectly
Okay.
the truth is that we
No.
to let him go. Make the reveal that he's still alive once you play Saejima and wash up on the beach and completely take away all the impact that scene could have possibly fucking had. That's how scared they are. That's how scared they are of letting go of Kiryu. They couldn't even let Yakuza 3 fucking end on a cliffhanger that Kiryu was stabbed by Hamazaki. They had to have an after credit sequence that showed he was completely fine and bandaged up. I'm completely fine with change. In fact, I have been the biggest proponent that Kiryu should have never fucking come back in the first place. Even with the fact that I love the ending of Yakuza 6 and think it's a great send-off and think it's a great finale to Kiryu. This bittersweet, tragic ending for the character and hero we have followed for all of these years. This larger-than-life figure that we've looked up to for so long. But the truth is that...
Okay. I already, like, ranted at the beginning of the stream why I think, like, the ending for 6 is really bad. I don't want to go into, like, again. But, yeah. Well, once again, I do need to, like, release this as, like, a highlight reel sort of thing. Where I'll actually edit in the clips of Cvit's video, because I didn't know it was muted the entire time. But yeah, I don't want to repeat myself, especially since that was a bit of a long rant.
we already had the perfect ending long before this game even came out, and that was with Yakuza 5. I firmly believe that the ending of Yakuza 5 has lost some oomph with the fact that more games have happened now. Anyone getting into this series now cannot really understand the context of when this game came out. I don't think they could really understand the importance, so I want to recount it. Think of it this way. This series was in dire straits after Dead Souls came out. It took years for 5 to come out, and it was digital only on the PS3, but it was better than nothing, and we were finally going to see the largest game RGG had ever made finally in English. This game we'd waited so long for finally came out, and you know what happened? The game had the fucking balls to not walk back its cliffhanger ending. You're not getting a post-credit scene to explain what happens after this one, bitch. We don't know if Kiryu bleeds out or not in that snowy street with Haruka. Obviously, with the knowledge of 6, 7, Gaiden, and 8 existing, Kiryu clearly lives. But at the time, you didn't know. And you know what happened next? Not a sequel, we got a prequel happening decades before that game happened. Arguably, Kiryu shouldn't have been in that game because he doesn't have a lot to do and it kind of sucks in that game, but that's besides the point. But if you...
What? I, he sucks in Zero? What? Like, okay, he's like overshot by Majima, but he doesn't suck. He still has a pretty good storyline and character arc. I don't... What are these takes about the other games? Is that Kiryu sucks in Zero? Shouldn't be in Zero, as he kind of sucks, and what do you say, didn't have much to do?
Not a sequel, we got a prequel happening decades before that game happened. Arguably, Kiryu shouldn't have been in that game because he doesn't have a lot to do and it kind of sucks in that game, but that's besides...
He kind of doesn't have a lot to do. Yeah, that's bizarre. Like, I can agree that, like, Majima's section is better, but say he sucks is ridiculous. Like, his storyline alone is so much better than, like, most of the Yakuza plots, and, like, including, like, his character. Like, I think it's handled pretty well. It just so happens that Majima's is better, but that doesn't invalidate what they did with him, with Kiryu.
Besides the point, but if you were really looking forward to finding out the conclusion, finding out for definitive fact if Kiryu lived or not, you didn't get your answer. Because honestly, it didn't fucking matter. It's become a meme at this point, but it perfectly encapsulates Yakuza 5. It was about the dream we chased along the way. And also, I really like tragic sad endings, so, you know, good job. You get bonus points from me, bro. It takes balls to actively write an ending that will piss off most people because they do not get it. People were not ready for the ultimate Kino ending that Yakuza 5 is the fucking end of the series and it never continued. Only goats like Kentaro.
I mean, I guess I would have been more open to, like, 5's ending than, like, the others, but I guess I hesitate to call it the perfect one just because 5 is, like, a really messy story. Like, his final chapter, while it does some things well, has a lot of issues. Like, it's like, just Aizawa, like, the fact it's just, like, a completely different character and there's aspects of the twist that don't make much sense. Like, I agree. It would have been like a better ending than a lot of the other attempts, but it's like it still has like issues. I don't know if I'd say it's the perfect ending. Um, Let me check. So I just remembered something I mentioned earlier. I want to bring it up again. Okay. Are they? Because like, I mentioned the thing like Cvit's comment about spoilers, like basically getting annoyed about people spoiling Kaito being back in the the game. But I'm pretty sure he like dropped like a random spoiler himself in this video. I'm just trying to check what it was, whether that was now or whether or saw that or if it was later. Let's see. So I'm just checking the link to a double check. Um. Uh. I think it might have been like. Hmm. Oh wait, no, sorry, that was like a bit. I think that's a bit later in the video. Okay. Yeah, I thought I missed it for a second, but I guess not. Sorry for the distraction.
Or Miura have the balls to do shit like this, not giving people the ending they wanted but truly needed, even if they wouldn't initially or even ever accept it, by going, you know what, maybe Gus doesn't get his revenge in the end. Maybe he finds something more important to him than the revenge, and he lets go. It's more important to be with the people that he actually loves and cares about that are alive with him now than killing himself in order to kill Griffith, all for revenge for people who would rather not have him do this. Then Yakuza 6 happens, and in spite of all of its massive amounts of flaws, it still has a great ending. It shows Kiryu committing the ultimate sacrifice for the greater good of his loved ones, even if he would not be able to be there to experience it with them, knowing that this was for the better, and this has been slowly unraveled.
I don't. I'm just resisting the urge to complain about Six's ending again. Yeah, I'll leave it there. I've already talked about it.
And undone with each new release in the series. I was open to the idea of Kiryu coming back and thought, you know, if anyone can prove me wrong, it's the guys at RGG, but unless Infinite Wealth does something absolutely groundbreaking and amazing, which who knows, it very well could be, but I'm not holding my breath on it, this game just reaffirms that, yeah, Kiryu should have never came back. The continuous walkbacks are only ruining the good ending you already had. I don't know if you're bringing him back and redoing the ending over and over again because you're reacting to the reaction of how people did not like the ending of Yakuza 6. But you know what? Fuck them. They didn't get it. Who gives a shit? This series would have...
He didn't get it. Okay. Literally, like, it's such a bad ending, and he's just like so persistent. Oh, it was actually amazing. People don't get it.
been better off just continuing to 7 with Ichiban and the gang, or having a game focused on any of the other previously playable characters. Except for Shinada, because his story was over. People stop asking for this character to come back. It's bad enough they keep undoing the ending.
Okay, something I agree on. Like, Shinada's probably my favorite Yakuza character, but I don't want him to come back. Like, his storyline was wrapped up great with 5. We don't need more of him. Yeah, okay, something I can agree with Cvit on.
Kiryu, don't make them bring back my boy. Let him live his happy days with Milky-chan. If you've made it this far into the video, I just want to say thanks for watching as always. If you really like the channel, then please consider passing the video around, leaving a like, and consider becoming a patron on Patreon.
Oh boy. Okay, so yeah, I guess this part where he starts talking about infinite wealth, I guess like spoilers for that, but I imagine and everyone who's watching has already played it. But yeah.
So if it wasn't already obvious based on what I said in
Okay.
this video so far, my Gaiden review was originally planned to come out before the release of Infinite Wealth. It ended up taking longer than we wanted it to, but the final plan was to release it on the day Infinite Wealth came out in America. Unfortunately, I ended up getting hit by a car on the way to go buy the game the day it came out, because morons don't know how to use their brakes. So this means that Infinite Wealth gets to have the wonderful title of being the only game that has caused me to get into a car accident, so good job. This obviously means that the
Damn, that's rough. Jeez. I mean, yeah, man, I don't know what to say. That sucks. I think it's been a year. Hopefully he's doing better now.
final revised plan didn't happen either, and it's been 5 months since Gaiden came out. But in the end, I'm glad that was the case, because now it saves me a lot of time of having to make another video or add addendums to the comments of this video.
Okay, so yeah, it does seem like the answering the question earlier, it does seem like the car crash happened after he wrote the Gaiden thing, but before the infinite wealth part. So yeah, it seems like most of the Gaiden video was before that, since that's something one of the commenters brought up.
Instead, I can now take what was a 58-minute video and turn it into however long it is now, because after playing Infinite Wealth to completion, oh boy, does it make me have a lot more things to say about.
Yeah, okay. It's been a while, and like there's still like a bit left, but I think this should be the shortest because like from what I remember, like most of what he says is accurate, just like pretty spot on with his infinite wealth criticisms. So hopefully this won't take as long.
This piece of shit. I don't know if we are going to end up making a Infinite Wealth wanting
Oh,
to think about
sorry,
making a long it is
muted the
now, because
wrong
after
thing.
playing Infinite Wealth to
My
completion,
bad.
oh boy, does it make me have a lot more things to say about this piece of shit. I don't know if we are going to end up making a Infinite Wealth review video. Me and Pat are pretty tired after this one, and the end of Infinite Wealth, along with talking about it with other people after they finished it, has drained us of wanting to think about these games anymore. I never thought I would hit this.
Yeah, it's fair. It's pretty draining to engage with like discourse about this game. All the really like frustrating defenses for it. I mean, they might also have other reasons, but I mean, I get being frustrated about that.
Point, but I'm honestly pretty Yakuza'd out for a bit. I'd rather them not make another game for a while after this one, and if they do, I don't know if I really want to play it day one. If I don't end up making a review on Infinite Wealth, I do have a smallish review on Backlogged that you can go read to get an idea of how I'm feeling about this game. What I do plan to talk about here in this video is strictly parts of Infinite Wealth that pertain to the story of Gaiden. Last call for Infinite Wealth spoilers. Anything from here on out expects you to have either played that game to completion or don't care that you're being told the story and its twists. What the fuck was that? Infinite Wealth has further cemented my belief that, like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name is a fucking scam. This is Yokoyama's trick. The biggest lie ever told about this game is that it is important. They have fooled us all into spending $50 on a filler episode. I cannot believe that there isn't a single thing in this game that matters or has any bearing on the plot of Infinite Wealth, despite it being marketed as the missing piece that needs to be shown. It is so painfully obvious obvious after playing Infinite Wealth that Gaiden was written after. These two stories feel like they were written in complete isolation of one another. After just playing Gaiden, you would think that Hanawa is poised to be this big important character going forward. He is the human connection Kiryu has to the Daidoji, a faction that this game has already made to look stupid and completely incompetent, but at least he is shown to have some honor and loyalty and genuinely cares for Kiryu. The end even teases that he knew the guy before he erased his name. There's been this whole talk on social media that apparently some cosplayer at some promotional event talked to Yokoyama and he said that this guy was Morinaga, but the cited source is literally just a bro trust me. So for now, we're not going to act like that is actually the case unless he officially states it in an interview of some kind, either with a website or something else. So flash forward to chapter 9 of Infinite Wealth, and not only is this dude practically a prop piece in the background.
I mean, I guess like the connection is pretty obvious with what he says, like knowing Kiryu when he was Taichi Suzuki. That does seem to be a pretty big indication, but yeah, I guess it's fair. Like it doesn't like outright confirm it, and him being Morinaga just creates so many questions when like that was already a very confusing plot hole in a 5 story.
Of the Daidoji safe house, so he's even more of just being a plot device in this game so the gang can have access to said safe house. Then he fucking dies to a gunshot to the stomach from a nameless mook with a gun in the background, given no fanfare or anything. I thought the camera would pan to see Hanawa injured, and maybe he would be out of commission for the rest of the game and maybe show back up at the very end to help the party in the final moments or something, but nope, dude is just dead. And to really drive this home, Ichiban FaceTimes Kiryu to tell him this news while standing over the dude's still warm corpse face down in a pool of his own blood. If this was going to be his fate, which was written before Gaiden, then why did we spend almost the entire game trying to save this fucking guy? It's the same shit as Bayonetta.
I wouldn't do the argument why do we try to save this guy is why did they set up this character and hint that there would be more of him when they're just gonna kill him off in this way. Yeah, no, let me write that down. Questions why Hanawa is killed in Idai when we spent spent most of Gaiden trying to save him. Okay.
Bayonetta 2 and 3, where 2 is all about saving Jeanne from hell, only for her to unceremoniously die by being stabbed in the back because her witch spider sense and ability to manipulate time was not working for no inexplicable reason, so the worst villain in a franchise with already shitty villains runs a mint toothpaste lightsaber kitchen knife through her chest. At least in Bayonetta 2's defense,
Okay, so this is why I want to mention the thing with spoilers earlier is from what I've learned, like this is apparently like a Bayonetta 3 spoiler, which at this point only came out like a couple years ago. Actually might have been the same year, Bayonetta 3. Okay, yeah, it was like it was like 2 years before, and he criticizes people for spoiling something in Gaiden, which only came out like a year after this. Like, it's just weird. Like, get angry at people for doing this, only to do the same thing with a different game. That's why would you do that? God, Bayonetta 3 is so dumb. That could be true. I haven't actually played the Bayonetta games. I just know from reading the comments that apparently this is like a big spoiler. And that, yeah, and that they thought it was pointed out, like, that he did this. Weird choice. Spoils Bayonetta 3, which came out 2 years ago at this point. when he was criticizing people for spoiling Gaiden. Well, I guess he was first talking about people spoiling Gaiden like right after it came out, but like it's just a or no, it's like I guess it was shortly before it came out, but yeah, it's just weird like talk about people like spoiling brand new things only to do with like Bayonetta was like pretty new. It's just like it's just weird and like especially since he provides spoiler warning for the Yakuza games, but not Bayonetta, even though it's like a completely different thing. Just it's weird.
He wasn't made till years later and was clearly a
Just play Bayo 1 and 2. 3 doesn't exist. Yeah, I've heard those ones are good. I might play them. I don't know. Maybe sometime.
fucking mess behind the scenes and probably had multiple changes to its story over the course of development, unlike these two games which were developed at the same time. I wasn't even all that attached to Hanawa as a character, but I seriously do not understand the thought process about making your prequel minigame be 80% about him, knowing he is going to die by the halfway point of the main game that precedes this. His death in Infinite Wealth only has any weight if you've played Gaiden, because the dude does nothing and has maybe 5 minutes of screen time in this game, and if you did play Gaiden, then these events make that game seem pointless and actively hurt both games. The rest of Gaiden's original characters don't even show up either. I was wondering if and when at the very least Akame would show up, and when talking about it to some friends who were playing the game at the same time, who also played through Gaiden.
Why would Kame show up? Like, I guess maybe because she's like the sort of like info broker character, but her power only seems to be in like Sodenburi when the infinite wealth doesn't really take place in Sodenburi, or it isn't important. Yeah, like, you don't even go there. I don't know why. Questions why Akame wasn't in Info for some reason.
A week before Infinite Wealth came out, they went, "Who?" Which resulted in me bursting out laughing and Pat going, "Exactly." I do think that I could come to like Shishido as a character like so many others already do, if he actually had a proper game and screen time to build him up. Maybe they have future plans for him in later games, but it feels like such a missed opportunity not to do anything with him in 8. For a game all about how the Watase family acquired Kiryu for the Disillusion, and then having 8 be all about the second Disillusion, it feels pointless that none of the Watase family characters are relevant at all. They get at the very most mentioned.
Yeah, that's just one of my many issues with Infinite Wealth, that they like don't really bring up Watase, or at least like what he's up to at this point, which is like pretty important considering like not his role in the Disillusion and like how helpful he could be for bringing it back, but just like how he feels about any of this, like it's weird.
Mentioned by name a few times throughout this 100-hour game. If Infinite Wealth was going to acknowledge none of the Watase family characters are relevant at all. They get at the very most mentioned by name a few times throughout this 100-hour game. If Infinite Wealth was going to acknowledge Akiyama's existence, giving him an entire on-screen cameo with the second to last lifelink, which is the most screen time he's had in like a fucking decade, don't mistake what I'm about to complain about as me not liking this lifelink. It is easily one of the best moments in this entire game. But it ends up raising a massive question, which as a result puts into perspective just how stupid and nonsensical Gaiden's plot is. Why couldn't Akiyama just buy Kiryu's freedom from the Daidoji? I know the game says that Akiyama was searching high and low for information if Kiryu was alive and was actively mad that they left him out and left him in the dark for all of these years, but Watase was able to find out that Kiryu was alive. Why didn't he go to Akiyama after the fact? Or have one of his goons go to Akiyama after the fact while he was in prison? Did they forget that he knows Akiyama, that he bowed in front of Akiyama at the end of Yakuza 5 and said that the entirety of the Yakuza one
Wait,
was a lot.
sorry, I'm
Sensical
a bit
guidance
confused
plot
what he's
is,
talking
why
about.
couldn't Akiyama just buy Kiryu's freedom from the Daidoji? I know the game
Okay.
says that Akiyama was searching high and low for information if Kiryu was alive and was actively mad that they left him out and left him in the dark for all of these years, but Watase was able to find out that Kiryu was alive. Why didn't he go to Akiyama after the fact?
Wait, asking why I didn't go to Akiyama, I don't know, I guess, like, he was, like, respectful, like, he thanked him at the end of 5 for what he did, but, we don't really see, like, if they have, like, a close relationship after that point. I guess we don't even, I don't even know if Watase knows that Kiryu knows Akiyama. I'm not even sure about that. But yeah, okay, I'm not sure about that, but yeah, I think it's like a fair point. Why couldn't Akiyama have bought Kiryu's freedom or something? What was that? Like,
How stupid and nonsensical Gaiden's plot is. Why couldn't Akiyama just buy Kiryu's freedom from the Daidoji?
yeah, that might have been worth mentioning, maybe. Yeah. Well, I guess in the part is like Kiryu's like, well, then, like, I guess the point is that Kiryu's depressed and, like, doesn't, besides, like, feeling like he can't leave the Daidoji, he also doesn't want to, or something. I don't really like how his character's handling that aspect, but I think that's the reason why he wouldn't ask about that. Or, like, he wouldn't tell Akiyama. But maybe Akiyama could have done that. It would have been worth addressing. But,
Kiryu was alive. Why didn't he go to Akiyama after the fact? Or have one of his goons go to Akiyama after the fact while he was in prison? Did they forget that he knows Akiyama? That he bowed in front of Akiyama at the end of Yakuza 5 and said that the entirety of the Yakuza are in his debt? Why didn't they
will you make a video on this, like, snowiest? Explain what you mean, like, snowiest, because, like, just, like, glazing the game, basically ignoring its issues. So I did that with Infinite Wealth somewhat recently, and I responded to that video explaining why I didn't like it. If you're talking about Gaiden specifically, not really. I'm only really going to be talking about my issues with the game rather than the things I like. I'm just not really sure what you're talking about. What you mean, like, snowiest? Yeah.
go to him for money, other than the outside of the game fact that his actor is often busy so he can't be in these games, and just like how they have to constantly write around the informant archetype characters in these games, the games constantly have to write around the fact that he has an Akiya $1 million, and could easily make most situations and most problems go away by just dropping some cash that he doesn't even care about. The only
Yeah, that's a yeah, okay. That's a good point. Might be worth, could have been helpful during some parts of the games. Might, I'll just take note of that. Mentions how, I mean, I don't even know if, like, it's completely true for all the games he's talking about, but I think it'll be worth taking note of for when I go back to 6 and Infinite Wealth. Things a lot easier in some of the games. 1/4/23.
real
Oh, I mean discussing the points Cvit is talking about, making critiques on it. Oh, okay, you're talking about my response video. Okay. I don't think I'll do one for Cvit. the reason why I want to do a stream is that I kind of felt like not only is it long, but I just felt like it would be better to do it like this way than a fully scripted response. What I am planning is basically, I mentioned earlier, I'm going to make like a highlight reel of this stream, basically just condensing all of like the main counter arguments I make and put footage from Cvit's video because as I was recently informed, it turns out the audio for the video was muted like for almost the entire stream, so it is a yeah, I'm not only doing that just to condense it, but also just to make it like watchable. And so people actually get the context of the video rather than going off of my reactions. And I guess I can see how people made that mistake. Like, I guess I see like reaction videos where they don't show the full thing, they just listen to it or like don't play the audio. I guess I can see how people made that mistake. I'm just surprised it took so long for someone to bring it up. Uh, but yeah, in short, I'm not doing like a scripted critique like I did Snowiest, but I will be doing a basically a highlight reel of this stream, but with I'll make sure to add the audio this time. Bro, I thought you did that on purpose. No? Why would I do... This is like a video. I don't have to worry as much about copyright. But no, that was not on purpose. It's just OBS being dumb. I'll really have to like figure out like a hopefully a more reliable setup because this does not work. Me personally, despite its issues, I actually liked 6. You know what? That's fair. There are things I like about 6, even if I really hate the game. I would never say that there isn't like any like redeeming aspects. There's some characters I like. I think the whole theme of like the old clashing with the new is pretty strong. That and I basically like all of Kiryu's arc other than a couple scenes and the ending. Like there are things I like about 6. There's also just a lot I hate about it. But yeah, I can understand liking it. Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, I do want to do like another 6 video just to go further in detail about my issues with that game. But that's for another time. Oh wait, is the video muted again? God damn it. Restart. Okay. Actually, oh, I just noticed there's like a blue thing on the top corner. Okay, so I guess I can tell then whether it's muted or not. I guess I'll keep an eye out for that.
$1 million and could easily which don't even situations and most problems go away by just dropping some cash that he doesn't even care about. The only real tie to the old guard in 8 being the boys sitting in a shack, which don't even show up till chapter 10 of 14, and the only reason they are here is so we can be told that their whole send-off in 7 with starting their own security company ended up being completely undone because they got canceled by a fucking VTuber. And if I gotta start talking about the VTuber, we're gonna be here all day. Just let it be known that if Fuomoka was here, shit would have gone down differently. To continue the complete...
Okay. And yeah, I also take issue with them undermining like the Jima's achievements with like the disillusion, but I have like much more issues with their return than that. And I'll also be going through that in my next Infinite Wealth video. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if I want to get too much into it since he doesn't go too much into it. So, yeah, I'll just leave that for another day. I hate the gameplay of 6 since it was clear as day it was a prototype for Judgment. Oh yeah, I like Judgment's combat a lot more than 6. Has its problems, but yeah, it's pretty fun and Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff about it. I do want to do a judgment video also. Not so much the gameplay, but the story, because I do think it's one of the better Yakuza plots. Because, like, most of my Yakuza videos have been criticism. I do want to do, like, ones about the games I actually think of decent stories, so, that's another thing on my bucket list.
Disconnect between Gaiden and Infinite Wealth stories, along with the complete disconnect parts of Infinite Wealth story has with itself, what was the point of having an entire game threatening Kiryu's family in Gaiden after making the deal at the end of 6, only to make him have to re-up the deal again in Gaiden? To which Brother Conflict asked, how would Kiryu know he followed through with this, and why would he trust them to uphold their end of the bargain, which they have shown countless times throughout Gaiden that they do not do this. This is probably the most logical and sensible question asked in this entire game, and you know what Kiryu says in response to it? When it comes to keeping promises, I trust the faction. Why would you do this, Kiryu? They have done nothing but break their promises and threaten to send men into your house to kill your children. This is...
I mean, I guess, like, not really breaking their promises. They're just being, like, really dumb and incompetent. I don't know. Thoughts on Infinite Wealth in general. I think the gameplay is great. I really like the side content. The music is a banger. I think it might have, like, the worst Yakuza plot. Like, it's actually crazy the more time I spend thinking about, the more issues I find with it. I don't think any of the games are as, like, dense with issues as, like, Infinite Wealth is in terms of writing. There's a reason why, like, I did, like, an almost hour-long video, and I have, like, another hour-long video planned just to talk out everything I didn't mention. Like, it's that broken. Um, excuse me. I liked 6 combat more than Kiwami 2, since for some reason Kiryu's reversals had way more spread damage in 6, and some of the animations and the things they did I liked more. Alright, I don't remember 6 or Kiwami 2's combat, like, I haven't played them that recently, so I couldn't really tell you, like, the significant differences. I've heard about them, I just don't remember them firsthand. But yeah, that's fair. I remember them being pretty similar, so yeah.
The dumbest Kiryu has ever been written. This is the most flanderized version of Kiryu, and I refuse to accept the terrible argument I have seen that Kiryu has always been dumb. Flash forward to Infinite Wealth.
I don't... I... I get the, like, that line is kind of dumb, but, I don't think, like, Gaiden... He's saying Gaiden in general?
To this, Kiryu, they have done nothing but break their promises and threaten to send men into your house to kill your children. This is the dumbest Kiryu has ever been written. This is the most
Dumbest he's ever been written. There's a lot of contenders for that. I don't know about the dumbest, but yeah, the scene is just awful, so, it's a fair contender.
Version of Kiryu, and I refuse to accept the terrible argument I have seen that Kiryu has always been dumb. Flash forward to Infinite Wealth, and not only is Kiryu constantly doing things that would get the Daidoji on his ass while wondering if this is okay, only for Date to say, fuck him, what are they gonna do, kill me?
Yeah.
He then gets...
Yeah, it's funny, but it's also true. That just adds to, like, the inconsistency of the Daidoji. Y8 story is fire, bro. I'll make a video where I won't explain why and play music and start moaning while cool dynamic intros are playing in my video. Hashtag snowiest. Yeah, that's pretty much his approach. I remember did, like, the same thing with Gaiden, except, like, he's, like, slightly less disingenuous, only in the way that he doesn't accuse people of being sexist or almost defend RGG's paid DLC. Like, don't get me wrong, that one was bad also, but at least, but I should say at least, but like, there's like slightly less disingenuous than his Infinite Wealth video. Thinking I might do like, I don't even know if it's worth doing like a video response. Maybe I'll just react to that also.
It's blasted on national TV, seen and streamed by hundreds of TikTokers outside of Tojo HQ, and all of this is somehow fine only until you do the optional, completely missable side content of the last lifelink for Kiryu, where some new discount Morinaga from the Daidoji beat up Date and then threatened to kill everyone Kiryu cares about, making him re-up his bargain for the second time, only to then turn around and talk to discount Morinaga from the Daidoji in a limo to basically say, "We were originally super mad at you, but then we read Hanawa's notes and saw just how much the power of friendship you guys exemplified, so it's totally cool, bro. You're doing us a favor in the end, back in the main story." So Infinite Wealth...
Okay, yeah, that's totally like, yeah, like the Daidoji are already such like a, I don't want to say, but like schizophrenic plot point that that the existence of this life link, it just makes them more confusing. Like how they would only act now and then they reestablish the deal, but then they say like, "No, you're good." It's so weird. Okay, Joe says sexist was so random. Like, bro, what? I should be calling him sexist for liking its horrible narrative. Um, I wouldn't call him sexist. I'd just say he's being a bit of a disingenuous asshole. Uh, maybe yeah, that was really random. Thoughts on Yakuza 7's story? I think it's one of the best of the mainline games. Has some like very big issues. Like it has like pretty big issues. A couple plot twists I don't like. The Gomijo plot point, the whole thing with like hiding the truth about Namba's brother was pretty contrived. But like it's also has like pretty strong characters, a storyline that's mostly like logically consistent. Yeah, it's like it's flawed, but still like one of the best stories and just games in the series.
somehow managed to make the Daidoji even more flippant than they were in Gaiden, which is honestly kind of an impressive feat. Keep in mind that you can only do the final few lifelinks in Chapter 12, which is after Kiryu is completely exposed to being alive on national TV, but for some reason, this content has to exist in a void where no one has internet and still thinks he's dead, when we have seen him on TV speaking, so there is no shadow of a doubt there is definitive proof that Kiryu is in fact alive. The structuring of Kiryu's story in the second half of Infinite Wealth is so weird and sloppy because so much of it is time and chapter gated, so massive parts of it are at odds with itself and make no sense. Like for example, you get the cool scene where Kiryu slicks back his hair and puts on the old fit, only to immediately take control of Ichiban and can easily spend another 10 hours before you play as Kiryu. Why would you not save this scene until you beat Ichiban's segment and then cut to Kiryu? This is basic writing 101 structure bullshit. How are we fucking this up? Did the storyboards accidentally get mixed up one day and nobody noticed? Then for one...
I mean, I guess it gives that a bit less weight, but that kind of seems like such a small thing. I don't know if it, there's like way bigger issues. I don't know if I point this out as like a fundamental structural issue when I'd probably point out like the really like rush, just like the rushed pacing in general with like developing his arc, but also the whole plot with the Seiryu and Tadara. Uh, yeah, kind of a weird thing to focus on, but all right. 7 is the best dub besides Yakuza 1. Oh, I mean, Yakuza 1's dub is like peak, obviously. I haven't actually played 7's dub. I might. I'm not really in a rush just because I like the Japanese voices. I'm sure they do an all right, I'm sure they do an all right job though. I've heard it's good. I've only really heard complaints about Yong Yeah or whatever his name is. Kiryu's voice actor in Gaiden and Infinite Wealth. So yeah, I'm sure Seven's probably like better than that.
Final fuck you to you, the viewer, your intelligence, and the end of Yakuza 6, and somehow Gaiden, you see in the post-credit scene that Kiryu is getting chemo for his cancer, so he is somehow not gonna die now, and when the doctor asks him for his name, he gets to say Kiryu Kazuma, unlocking you the achievement, the man who reclaimed his name. Not showing or explaining how or why this happened, you would think with the fact that these two games have been nothing but explaining things that did not need to be shown for idiots who obsess over every granular detail, that this would be something explained, especially considering this has been the focal point of Kiryu's character for 3 fucking games now since the end of Yakuza 6, but just like every other aspect of the end of 8, there is no satisfying payoff and you just get left with a wet fart.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Just the complete lack of explanation for why Kiryu is able to just see Haruka again, use his name again. Just very unsatisfying. Yang Ye isn't in 7. He's voiced by Daryl, which is Kiryu's Yakuza 1 actor. Oh yeah, I wasn't saying he's in 7. I was just saying that like 7's dub's probably better. I know that he was only in Gaiden and Infinite Wealth, Yang Ye.
Like a Dragon 8 has the most rushed and undeserved ending in the entire series, where a decent chunk of the cast
True.
just does not show up for the final scene. You have to be told what they're doing by other characters because they get no screen time, ending off the main cast on a joke continuing the status quo, like this is some bullshit shitty 2000s harem anime. The last few chapters of the game genuinely feel incomplete, like there is massive parts of it that had to be cut because this game was so front-loaded.
But whatever happened to Nishitani?
Okay, yeah, just let that play because yeah, it's pretty much spot on. Like, it's actually crazy how bad like Infinite Wealth's ending was. Like the story up until that point, I already think was a mess, but it's crazy just how much damage it does. Like in like a couple hours, it's actually crazy. It I think it might be the worst ending of the games. Like the more I think about it, just does so much damage. There's endings I hate more, like 6, but Infinite Wealth is just like way more broken. Like it's like it's the worst ending, I think. And yeah, it's like a way better explanation of Infinite Wealth's ending than Snow did. He just like talked about oh like how good the music is, and I had fun, and people just don't like this game because it's new and popular. Just complete nonsense. So it is nice to see someone actually address the issues. I would like them to see go more into detail, but I guess it's just mainly to talk about why it's related to guidance. So yeah, I think it's more forgiving, but even then, he does like a much better job than Snow did.
If you've made it this far into the video, I just want to say thanks for watching.
Okay, finally, the video's done. Jeez. That was very long. That was like an hour-long video, but that was way longer than I thought this would be. Man. Yeah, once again, apologies for the audio not working for most of it. I should have been checking OBS, but I missed it. But yeah, I am planning to like I said, I'm going to be doing like a edited highlight reel just to like yeah, sum up all my points, actually provide the audio so people can understand. And like yeah, edit it so like it's concise, hopefully more entertaining, can use like actual examples from the games. But yeah, that's the reaction. Hopefully anyone watching this enjoyed it despite not being able to actually hear the video. And yeah, I'm glad I actually got to finally yeah, I'm glad I finally got around to reacting to this video. It's one I was kind of like mixed on for a bit now. So yeah, it was good to talk about like both like what I agree with, what I think it was right on, but what I also like disagree with. So yeah, I'm glad I finally got around to that. But uh yeah. As for upcoming videos, I do want to do more about Gaiden. I have like a playlist planned. Mainly I want to check out like your favorite son's video. He also did like an hour-long critique of Gaiden that I also remember feeling a bit mixed about. I think that would be an interesting react. And yeah, and there's like a few others, but that's like I think like the main one I want to check out. I sort of enjoyed it. I feel like Snowiest deserved more critiques than Cvit. I mean, yeah, like Snowy's video is actually like terrible. I I would never call like Cvit's videos bad. Like he makes like a lot of good points. I just a lot I disagree with. Yeah, I'm just mixed about it, I guess. And yeah, I know about Maxwell Painwell. Saw a couple of his videos, wasn't really a fan personally. It feels like it's another thing. I agree with him on some things, but really disagree with him on others. So I might check out his agent style video. That would be more combat focused. I don't know if I'll be able to provide as much like interesting commentary, but maybe I'll check that out. Uh yeah, other than Gaiden, I think I do want to do like more Yakuza reactions, but also like get back to the Sword Art Online ones I was doing. Um, but yeah, for now I'm very tired, so I think I'm just gonna head out now. But yeah, thanks to everyone for watching, whether it's this video or the VOD. Yeah, I appreciate it, and I'll hopefully see you next time. Goodbye.